good afternoon from us here in Cali as we get ready for the final day of the World Track Championships. Here's the medal standings after 15 of the 19 medals on offer. Germany and Australia on 6. France there in 3rd place, Great Britain in 4th place. And here is the rundown of the rest of the standings. Still 4 medals to be decided. They will all be decided today. And I think we're going to have some pretty thrilling racing to bring you over the next few hours. Ireland, of course, they're on the board. Hong Kong, China, down there on 17th. And many nations have won medals in these championships, showing how cycling is becoming global in its interest. Well, the track length, as we know, measured around that black line at the bottom of the track, is 250 metres in length. Has the side bankings of around about 12% and 42 degrees on either end. As you can see, though, the temperature is much hotter today than it has been over the last couple of days. It's notching 28 degrees centigrade now. The sun is shining outside. It's a lovely day. The humidity not too bad, 55% compared to a few days ago when we were getting up towards 80% humidity here in this unique track. As you can see, if you haven't joined us for the World Track Championships over the last few days, this track is got a roof on it, but around the sides and is completely open to the elements. So it's a very different setup that these riders are used to normally. So today we are going to bring you this schedule. We'll be looking at the men's sprint. The women's omnium will conclude today. So will the women's keirin. And we've got interest from many nations in these different events that we're going to see during today's session. We're also going to see the men's Madison, which will be the last event of the night. So if you are interested in seeing the Madison, wait around right till the end of our coverage. That, of course, is that race where everyone I talk to comes up to me and says, what happens in that race? We'll try and explain it to you as we bring you the men's Madison right at the end of these World Championships. There in the track centre then, a hive of activity as normal as everybody gets prepared for this final day. Everyone warming up, trying to keep hydrated in the centre of the track. It's very warm in there now. When you wander around, everyone looks pretty hot. So in terms of riders that we're going to see race throughout the rest of this final session, Christina Vogel will be racing. She's already got 2 gold medals in these World Championships. We are going to see the Madison riders get up on the track. We're going to see Francois Pervis back to try and win the men's sprint. He's already won 2 gold medals. He took the keirin and he took the kilometre. He is absolutely on fire right now. He's got a hard job to go all the way through. We're also going to see the contest in the women's omnium with Laura Trott, Sarah Hammer and Nettie Edmondson from Australia as they try to take the victory in this omnium now. Jolien D'Or is also in the mix for the medals in that contest. We're also going to see the tussle between Anna Mears and the rest of the field for the women's keirin. Mears looking to try and set a record as the most outstanding female athlete in the history of the World Championships. Can she do it on the final day? And we hope that Anna Mears is on good form. She's had a little bit of time to find her way through the repechage earlier, but we'll explain that to you later on. But I've walked around to the Australian pen today, and Anna Mears has got that look of focus on her face. She isn't really seeing anybody. She's in the zone today. Is it going to translate to a gold medal? later on this afternoon. We'll wait and see. Well, over the last few days, we've brought you an interview in the build-up to racing, and we're going to bring you now an interview with a fantastic French cyclist as we say hello to Florian Rousseau.
So wonderful to see you here at the World Championships. What do you think of the track here in Cali?
Oh, it's wonderful, amazing. A lot of people, a lot of screaming, and a very nice performance from the athletes.
And particularly the French athletes, of course. I know you've been watching them with great interest. We are about to see Francois Pervis again. You must be pleased to see how well France are doing.
It's 3 gold medals. It's a very good result, but we expect another gold medal today with Francois. And the track was very fast here in Cali. A lot of riders beat a very good time, and a lot of nations grow up. It's very good for international cycling.
Because in some recent World Championships, maybe 1 or 2 countries have dominated. This, I think, for the first time in many years, is much more open. So how happy are you with the progression of the sport?
I'm very happy, of course, because it's more international, and we need of that with IOC, and it's very famous all around the world because we are in South America, and we can see here a lot of people like cycling, and Colombians are very strong at this championship.
It was very special to see them win a gold medal here, wasn't it?
Yes. And it was a big pleasure for me to be here because it's, of course, track cycling. It's my hobby, my passion, and to see the riders, very high-level competition. Chris Hoy too. It's very, very good. I'm very happy to be here.
How important is it to take the World Championships to different tracks, places like this with an open track? It's a very different environment for riders.
Yes, because it's, of course, it's covered, but it's outdoor track because the rider can feel the wind, and it maybe can change a little bit sometimes the performance between the riders. But it's a nice velodrome, but I think it's very covered. It's better for the competition.
Well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Wonderful to hear from Florian Rousseau. He's always very focused. He's famous for those eyes, isn't he? But great to see him so animated. Talking there to Jill Douglas in the centre of the track, giving his insights as to what it's been like here in this velodrome over the last few days in competition. And he's got a big smile on his face because the French have been riding incredibly well over the last few days of competition. 3 golds so far. Let's see what brings them later on today. Well, we're going to start things off today with the men's sprints. And that contest has been going on for the last day or so. So I thought we'd round up first of all with what's been going on in the men's sprint before we bring you the competition. And of course we saw Francois Pervis racing against Jason Kenny. Pervis is absolutely on fire as the world record holder in the kilometre. Kenny pushed him close, but Francois Pervis looking very, very quick in this sprint competition. We then saw Stefan Boetticher, the defending champion, against Hoogland of the Netherlands. And Boetticher made easy work racing through to beat Boetticher 2-0 at the end. We then saw the 2 Australians, Matthew Gleitzer and Shane Perkins, taking to the track. And it was Gleitzer who took the victory. So Australia assured of a place in the semi-finals. The final competition between Nederlag and Dmitriev. And Dmitriev was the rider who took the sprint quarter-final 2-0, which leaves us looking like this. Pervis, Boetticher, Gleitzer and Dmitriev through to the semi-finals. So we're up on the track. Here we go. Get ready for action this afternoon. We're about to bring you the semi-finals of the men's sprint. We're getting towards the crunch time, the moment when the medals are going to get decided soon. So in the semi-finals, 3 races if required. The rider who takes the 2 wins is the rider who goes through from the semi-final to ride for the gold medal. The 29-year-old from France at the back there, gold medalist in 2 events so far. Can he take a hat-trick? The rider from Russia was the silver medalist last year. So don't just think that Pervis has an easy chance here. When you get to the semi-finals of a world sprint contest, nothing is going to be very easy. Pervis will want to use his flat-out speed that we have seen in the kilometre and in the keirin. Dmitriev will probably prefer a slightly different tactical battle. Pervis just getting on top of that gear. You can see him stamping a little bit. He's decided that he wants to just play and toy. Dmitriev looking around, just trying to stay high on the banking, waiting now for the bell. Remember, this is the first ride. Dmitriev's going to shut this one down. He drops inside the sprinter's line now. He accelerates hard. He does. Ooh, I don't know what happened there. I think he might have snapped his chain. Well, he has stripped his sprocket or stripped his chain. I'm not so sure. Let's have a look at this. You put the power on and then suddenly, yep, let's look at the chain. It's going all over the place. I don't think he snapped it completely, but the chain came off, which I've not seen that in a sprint for a long time. We're talking about a fixed wheel here. He may well have stripped the sprocket. Well, mechanical problems here on this track. We had a morning, which we obviously didn't show live. Let's just take a look at this. There's the chain hanging down. And he's trying to get his feet out. Well, these riders ride what we call a fixed wheel gear, which basically means that the chain and the rear sprocket are running as one machine, and therefore for the chain to come off like that is incredibly difficult. I must admit, I have not seen that in a race for a long time here on the world level track circuit. And as a result, the race will be rerun. As you can see, Pervis is just making his way into the centre of the track. We heard the 2 gunshots on the judge's gun, and that means that they will be called back to the start. The race really hadn't started. They had just put the power on, and therefore fair to come back to the start and get things rerun. It will mean that Dmitriev will lead off. I think we'll find that we'll have Boetticher against Glaetzer unless they can get this bike sorted out nice and quickly, and the mechanic will not want to rush it. They'll just have to check things over and make sure there is nothing completely wrong with this bike. And then they will bring Pervis and Dmitriev back to the start after this heat. Well, a couple of mornings ago, we had punctures for the Czech team. So many times, one rider having a blowout on his back tyre. Then he went back into a race and he then rolled the tubular tyre that he had on his wheel. He was not a very happy rider at all. He kept hitting the deck. Very painful, of course. Now we turn our attention to the second semi-final. At the top of the track then, Stefan Boetticher, the defending champion. Only 22 years of age. And on his inside is the Australian rider, Matthew Glaetzer, who many of us thought would not come back and ride the competitions after his crash in the Keirin, which I noticed this morning has had about 50,000 hits on YouTube. His bike landed in the booth in front of us here in the commentary box. Glaetzer, tour rider there, a former pole vaulter who was injured and then decided to turn his attention to another sport. So he went through the National Talent Programme and he ended up riding a bike. You think about other athletes who have switched disciplines to race bikes, the likes of Rebecca Romero, the British athlete who won a medal in both the Olympics for rowing and also for cycling. Sarah Story, another Paralympian who switched from swimming to cycling. So Glaetzer on the front, can he get rid of Boetticher? Boetticher using his tactics really well as he swooped down, but now Glaetzer's going to have to get the rock on. Here we go, as he tries to get on the wheel. Boetticher dives down inside the sprinter's line, and we're looking for Glaetzer to try and come round him. He's not going to manage it. It's 1-0 to the German. Here's the replay. They went up the track again. Glaetzer trying to accelerate, but Boetticher took the momentum out of the Aussie there with that little flick back up the track. Great tactics there between those two riders. So 1-0 to Boetticher, and if he takes the next one, he is through to the final of the men's sprint. But Glaetzer will go back into the centre of the track, talk to his coach and work out how he can come back out here and take the victory and take it to a deciding ride. A little bit of time here while the bike of Dmitriev is checked by the commissaires again. Boetticher nearly slipping over. There is Pervis. Checking out his opponents. He's watched the race. Very important at this moment in the race to keep a cool head. Don't let the delay get to you. The bike is okay then, so Dmitriev puts his helmet on. Gets the shoes nicely clipped up. Nice and tight so that he can put all the power through the pedals. Well, there's the chain that caused the problem. Now fixed. And it's not like putting a chain back on a normal bike with gears. You actually have to go back, you have to undo the back wheel with a spanner. You have to then loop the chain back on, then pull it away nice and tight, do it back up with the spanner again, and then the rider can race. It's not as easy as just flicking the chain on when you're out on your Sunday ride. You get a little bit covered in oil and that's about it, but no, these ones need everything taken apart, put back together again. Pervis was the bronze medalist last year. He's looking to switch himself up into gold medal position. Now getting the look of a bike rider on his face, really focused now as he gets himself psyched up again, ready to take on Dmitriev. 0-0 so far. So they make their way onto the start line. Let's hope we have no mechanical problems on this run. This is run number 1 of heat for the semi-finals. Pervis here at the top of the track. There is Dmitriev of Russia. And here is the part that broke on the bike. That's the offending bolt. So that's why it's taken a little bit of time. They've had to go back and get things sorted out. Dmitriev, as I mentioned, will now have to lead off. He has lost any advantage. So thank you to all of you who've sent messages and information over the last 4 days of racing. Very much appreciated. If you want to do that on the final day of competition, join me on my Twitter feed @LaCrossing. I've heard from so many of you, so thank you very much. It's been keeping me going here in the commentary box. Not that we need it too much, because the racing's been superb, but it's fantastic to hear so many of you enjoying the coverage. Dmitriev on the front, Pervis now going up the track. He's looking a little bit energetic today. He doesn't really ride stealth-like, does he? He just likes to play around on the track, and he is toying with Dmitriev, swooping all over the place. He wants to get the momentum going. He does not want Dmitriev to hold him back. He hasn't got the jump that some of the sprinters have, but he has the speed and the power. Heading now towards the line. Can Dmitriev hold him off? 10.427, 69 kilometers an hour, but Pervis takes it. Run number 1 goes to Francois Pervis of France. Yes, he's happy with that, isn't he? Look at this. Gets the bike going, working it hard, hits the line and beats Dmitriev by around about a wheel, I think. Here's the replay. It wasn't even a wheel, actually. Half a wheel's advantage for Pervis, but it doesn't matter. He is now 1-0 up. Is he going through to the final? Can Dmitriev find something here to try and take the victory? Well, the women's Omnium competition has been going on over the last day, and we now turn our attention to the women's scratch race in the Omnium contest. For those of you who haven't seen an Omnium race before, Omnium is 6 different events that the riders take part in. So they did 3 races yesterday, and they have 3 races today. This morning these riders rode the individual pursuit section of the women's Omnium. Just to remind you that basically the riders are ranked at the end of every event, so if you win an event you are in first place, obviously. You are given 1 point. Second gets 2, third gets 3, etc. At the end of the 6 events, the rider with the smallest number of points is the overall winner. And these are the two riders who currently are in first and second place. Sarah Hammer in the colours of the United States of America. Laura Trott for Great Britain. Hammer, the former world champion, and Trott, the Olympic champion. But Hammer got the best of Laura Trott in the individual pursuit section. Katarzyna Pawlowska of Poland was in third. Laura Brown of Canada in fourth place. Which means that right now Sarah Hammer is the leader of this Omnium competition. Hammer leads with 5 points. She's finished second, first. It's a great performance from the American. Laura Trott is in second place for Great Britain with 12 points. She's had a third, 2/3, a fourth and a second. Annette Edmondson of the Australian squad is now in third place with 20 points. And her closest rival is Julian Dorr of Belgium, who is just 1 point away from that bronze medal position. "17 riders then lining up on the track, ready for this race. As a scratch race, the rules are pretty simple. The Ukrainian rider just making her way to her bike. That's Gana Solovey. Rules very simple. Cross the line first. You will be the winner. If you take a lap, you're 1 lap ahead. There is no complication to a scratch race. Yesterday in the men's competition, we saw Ed Clancy of Great Britain take the victory. He ended up in 5th place overall. So the situation is Hammer leads with 5 points. That's a pretty big lead. She has to lose 7 places to Laura Trott in this scratch race to lose her gold medal position. It's looking like Hammer could be heading for a world championship, but of course bike racing is never like that, is it? We've already got 4 races done, and we will have the scratch race now. 40 laps of the track, and we then finish off with the time trial. The time trial is where Laura Trott beat Sarah Hammer in London 2012. Hammer, on the other hand, was the champion last year in Minsk in Belarus with a very consistent performance in the Omnium. It's a packed arena again this afternoon for the final day of racing. The atmosphere has been fantastic. On the front now is the Spanish rider. We'll pick some of these riders out. On the left-hand side in the red and black from Spain is Larry Oliveira, who was a bronze medalist in the points race in the Olympics in Beijing. Comes from the Basque Country. So the injection of pace now being set by the Canadian rider, Laura Brown. Laura Brown lying 6th overall. She's had 2 9th places, a 6th and a 4th so far in this Omnium contest. So she could move up the standings a little bit. She's 2 points off the 5th place, and she's 7 points off 4th. But scratch races can always produce an interesting result if someone misses out in the sprint. Laura Brown now going on the attack for the Canadian team. Silver medalist in the team pursuit a few days ago, so once she gets an advantage on the rest of the field, she will ride away. But it's the Polish rider in the red and white, Pawlowska, who is looking to shut the gap now on Laura Brown. These riders getting a little bit tired with 4 events already in their legs. They've had to keep warming up, warming down, keeping the nutrition levels right, making sure they're hydrated. In between events, they will have had massage on quite a few occasions as Laura Trott now goes on the attack. trot is followed so often. She is marked out of it in some races, but now she's going on the attack. She was driven here to try and get a few places and put Hammer on the back foot. I know Laura in this Omnium competition is also driven by something else in her mind. Her first cycling coach unfortunately passed away just a couple of weeks ago, and she said that she would dearly love to win gold for him. Hammer now is reacting, trying to go with a move. On her wheel is Julian Dor of Belgium. Dor is the rider who's in 4th place. She's the danger to Nettie Edmondson's 3rd place for Australia. Laura Trott now just tapping out a rhythm in the front. 29 laps of this scratch race to go. In the crowd this afternoon is her teammates from the Team Pursuit. I've seen Danny King and Joe Rousseau, Helena Barker, and also Katie Archibald, all in the crowd trying to give her a little bit of moral support this afternoon. But Hammer has got incredible speed in those legs as she goes powering her way across to Laura Trott. And so the attack has been nullified by the former world champion looking to defend her title. Now the reaction goes, and it's Pawlowska, who is an absolute expert at the scratch race. She's a double world champion at this event. Gana Solovey there in the blue and yellow of the Ukraine as she swings up to let the next rider, Laurie Burton, come through and share the pace-making. Burton, a junior European champion in the team sprint. The coaches there, you can see, they stand on the far side of the track from the finish line where it's a little bit quieter. They try to convey some instructions to the riders that they're looking after. It's quite a stressful place sometimes as you watch the looks on their faces where the tactics and things aren't quite working out. Pawlowska swings up to the top of the track. Gana Solovey, an under-23 European time trial champion, looks around, doesn't want to do a lot of work. But what's happening now, you just have to hear the noise levels go up, and it is the Colombian rider making a move. This is Gianni Salcedo, who was 6th in the National Road Race Championships. Racing away now, being joined by one rider. It's the Italian rider, Simona Frapporti, who rides for the Astana B-Pink team on the road, has won a stage of the Route de France. And now 2 riders combining at the front of the race, 22 laps to go. Simona Frapporti is a rider who has got good road speed. She's been supported today in the track centre by Giorgia Bronzini of Wiggle Honda. She has been around all during this Omnium event to try and give a little bit of moral support to her teammate. Colombian rider really hurting. Look on the face is one of torture, but she's going to carry on with this attack. 21 laps of racing to go, 20 now, as these 2 riders work well to try and take a lap on the rest of the field. So far, Salcedo is 9th overall, 36 points to her credit over the last 4 rounds of this competition. Frapporti is down in 13th place with 48 points. 19 laps to go. And now the reaction comes again from Laura Brown of Canada, who I know has got a tremendous amount of support. Looks like we're seeing 3 riders now going to be on the attack at the front. Laura Brown, who uses her speed around the track to get onto the wheel. She's been joined by the Cuban rider now. This is Marlise Mejias. So 4 riders. Frapporti in the azzurri blue of Italy. Laura Brown of Canada. And the final rider in the group from Colombia is Salcedo. They have half a lap lead now. The crowd enjoying this, seeing another of the Colombian riders. I think they've got a big chance as well in the Madison later on this afternoon with the men's team that they have. Two of the riders of the Colombia professional team are in the Madison, and one of them already has a gold medal from the points race the other night. Now Pawlowska says, right, this is a dangerous breakaway. 14 laps to go. Frapporti is sitting on. Pawlowska's trying to shut the gap on the group of 4 to make it 5. Pawlowska has managed to shut the gap, but as she has done so, could be a little bit of a waste of energy because this race is around about coming back together. That was a nice camera shot there, one we haven't really seen before. Pawlowska on the front, the Cuban rider Mejias, followed by Laura Brown, followed by Frapporti. Behind them is Oliveira of Spain. Now the gap is closed, everything comes back together, and immediately Laura Trott, tracked by Sarah Hammer, goes with the move, so does Julien Dor. It's seemingly everyone's following Laura Trott with every move that she makes, which is not to be surprised at because she is the Olympic champion. Now we see the rider from Hong Kong, China, Zhao Qi-xuan. Eleven laps to go. It could just take one rider to take the initiative at the right time to race away and take the victory. The rider from Hong Kong, China, is way down in 15th place, 53 points to her name compared to Sarah Hammer, who only has 5 right now. About a quarter of a lap with 10 laps to go. So we're waiting to see who's going to react, because if they don't, this rider will take the scratch race. She looks across to see whether there is any reaction. The answer is still no, as everyone sits shoulder to shoulder above the blue line. It's what we call the stayers line on the track. It used to be used by the big motorbikes that we quite often used to have in World Championships, where the rider who's riding the motorbike stands up and wears a helmet which has some funneling device so the rider behind can shout, and they got up to tremendous speeds. Not great for the environment inside the velodrome, but it was a thrill to behold. The last time I remember watching one of the big Derny-paced events was in Hammer in Norway a few years ago. But this rider looks like she could be lapping the field, you know. 7 laps to go, and she can see the peloton in front of her. She's being chased now by one rider from Belarus, and that is Katarzyna Baratzna. Well, this rider here, Zhao Qi-xuan and Katarzyna Baratzna, are the 2 riders who could be about to win this scratch race. And there we are, there's your answer. 5 laps to go. No one else is going to take a lap. So this rider is, sorry, the one in the Hong Kong China kit is in prime position. Zhao Qi-xuan is 1 lap ahead. The question now is, can Katarzyna Baratzna take the lap as well? And then it'll come down to the sprint between those 2 riders for the victory. The rest of the field has marked themselves out of the race. 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go now. Well, number 6 in the rider colours of Belarus, where we were for the World Championships last year, is any second now going to get back onto the peloton, and is now going to be also on the same lap. You need to close the gap now, Katarzyna, or you're not going to be there, because this race is starting to accelerate, and suddenly she's letting the victory go to Zhao Qi-xuan with 1 lap to go. She's going to end up 2nd place. The victory is going to go to the rider from Hong Kong, China, who is in the peloton. Now it's all about the sprint for the rest of the places. Remember, Sarah Hammer is the leader of this event as they race up to the finish line. Annette Edmondson is the rider who takes it. Hammer does beat Laura Trott by the looks of things. But we'll have a little look at the replay. The rider from Hong Kong, China then took the victory. Annette Edmondson was in second place. Laurie Burton in third. Sarah Hammer in fourth. Laura Trott in fifth. Ola Beria in sixth place for Spain. The rider who loses out is Jolien D'Or, who drops down to seventh place that time, which will mean that the standings will change, and that will be Annette Edmondson is in a much better position than she was previously, but Sarah Hammer, with one event to go, is going to be firmly at the top of the Omnium leaderboard and will be heading for another world title. Five events down then, one event left to go to decide where the world title is going, and it looks like it could be going to the United States of America. This was the replay. Annette Edmondson winning the sprint. That has done her a lot of good. Jolien D'Or of Belgium, she just couldn't get up there in the sprint. As we wait for the standings now in the Omnium, here's the results of the scratch race, won by Dao Chi Xuan of Hong Kong, China. Annette Edmondson in second place for Australia. Great performance by her. She beat Katarina Barazna into third place. Looks like Annette Edmondson is looking strong, in with a chance of those are the standings after 4 events. We're waiting for the standings for 5 events now, which will come up shortly, I'm sure. That was the standings before the scratch race that we've just seen. Sarah Hammer will be at the top of the leaderboard. Laura Trott will be second and Edmondson will be in third place, but the points will be slightly different. Well, Cali certainly has hosted a very good World Championships. We're going to look now at the men's sprint, but I'll just update you as I've got the result in front of me that Sarah Hammer is the leader of the Omnium with 10 points. Laura Trott in second with 18. Annette Edmondson capitalises on that performance there to go into third place with 23 points. Jolien D'Or of Belgium now down in fourth with 29, Pawlowska in fifth, and Ola Beria with 39 points in sixth. So the medals right now look like they could be going to the United States of America, Great Britain and Australia. And it's a massive ask for Trott to catch Hammer now. But Edmondson of Australia could be taking yet another medal back to Australia at the end of this race. So we're now all looking back at the riders who are making their way onto the track for the men's sprint. We're at the semi-final stage. If you're just joining us now, and we are going to see the contest between Stefan Boetticher and the Australian rider Matthew Gleitzer. Boetticher leads at 1-0. He is the defending champion. Stefan Boetticher on the right-hand side there has to take the lead. He's got to lead off. Matthew Gleitzer's 4th World Championships from South Australia, 21 years of age. Boetticher, the gold medalist in the team sprint in 2013. Boetticher 1-0 up. Can he win this one and not let Matthew Gleitzer take it to a defending ride? You see the flags fluttering in the background. The wind is a little bit stronger this afternoon than it has been. A tactical contest here between these two riders. Boetticher just keeping an eye on things, but suddenly Gleitzer says, right, he doesn't seem to be paying a lot of attention, so I'm going to try and outwit him a little bit. He dives down the banking, goes to the front, tries to use that little bit of surprise. He's now got the momentum. Boetticher's having to stay on the wheel. He's very, very quick. But now the burners go on as they race round, and looking now to take the inside line is Gleitzer. Great performance from him here. He is really giving this some throttle, isn't he? Boetticher's trying to use the slingshot. Gleitzer's going all the way to the line. Is he going to hold him off? Oh, how close was that? 68.721 kilometers an hour. I don't know who got it. Let's have a look here. Gleitzer was so close. Has he got it? Boetticher had to work really hard if he has taken that victory. And I think it could now be going to a 3rd ride. Look at that. Oh, Gleitzer, I think, has got it for Australia. What a great tactical ride by the Australian Matthew Gleitzer. He takes it to a deciding ride, which is now going to put the defending champion Stefan Boetticher into a bit of territory he didn't want to get into. Matthew Gleitzer makes it 1-all for Australia. There's the photograph. A tyre and nearly a win. This was originally the first heat, but we had that mechanical problem with Denis Dmitriev. So now we have switched them round. Dmitriev is 1-0 down. Can he do the same as Gleitzer's just done? Dmitriev choosing the similar combination to Francois Pervis. In fact, their bikes looking pretty identical, even though they're from different nations. Disc wheel on the back, bladed carbon spoke on the front, but you'll notice Dmitriev has chosen a slightly deeper section rim to that of Pervis. Pervis will have a little bit more manoeuvrability on that front wheel as a result. Pervis, the world record holder at 1 kilometre, set in Aguascalientes. I was checking the rules today on the possibility of Fabian Cancellara trying to break the world hour record on the track. it was in my head because alongside me all week in the commentary box for another channel has been Chris Boardman, of course, set the world record in Manchester for the hour. He brought everything back to what they called the athlete's hour, and I didn't know whether Cancellara could actually ride it at altitude. The answer is he can. It doesn't actually matter that he is going to be riding at altitude if he chooses to do so. That will throw up its own trials, but if he does do it, it will be somewhere in the next few months. I did the team launch of Track Factory Racing in the Roubaix Velodrome a couple of months ago and asked Fabian about whether he was going to do the hour record, and he was totally non-committal. He said, it's a project I like. That's all he was interested in saying. Right, here we go then. This is for a place in the final. Can Pervis dismiss Dmitriev? Is it going to go to a third race between these two riders? Pervis of France on the front, gritting his teeth. And look at Dmitriev racing round the corner, but it looks like it's going to go to the Frenchman. 10.618 for Pervis. He is through. 2-0. Yes, he's on fire, isn't he? A little bit of the French fire. It's all motivation. He's hardly been beaten for months. Well, we'll come back to the men's sprint shortly because, of course, we've got to see who Pervis is going to meet in the final. Don't go away, though, because we're going to bring you coverage of the women's keirin. Anna Mears racing in a few moments' time. Can she win another medal in the World Championships? Could it be gold and put her into the annals of history? So the riders are just getting ready. Join me on Twitter if you like, @McCrossan, and we'll see what messages we get through during the rest of the coverage. Lots of medals to be decided here in Cali in the World Championships as these riders draw their lots as to where they're going to start. Six riders then taking to the track, ready for the second round of the keirin. Two Australians, Anna Mears and Stephanie Morton. The French riders Sandy Clare, Jess Varnish of Great Britain, Fatiha Mustafa of Malaysia, and Elena Brezhneva of Russia. They're the riders in the second round. Three riders from this heat will qualify for the final. The six riders lining up. I'm sure if you're Australian you know which rider is Anna Mears, but for those of you who don't, Anna Mears there in the middle. You see the rainbow bands round the middle of the arms, signifying she is a former world champion. In fact, a world champion on 2 occasions. She has the black helmet on, and Stephanie Morton there has the white helmet with the black stripe. Anna Mears had to fight her way back into this competition in the repechage, but she did that very easily. The first heat didn't quite go to plan. So So the draw means that one of these Australian riders may well have preferred to be in another heat to give themselves the best opportunity ever. But of course, 3 riders will go through to the final. Jess Varnish of Great Britain on the back. On the wheel here is wheel of the Derny is the French rider Sandy Claire from Toulon, European 500-metre time trial champion. There is Brezhneva of Russia in the white, red and blue. Anna Mears sitting on the wheel of Stephanie Morton. Morton was a pilot in the Paralympics, now switched her attention to her riding for herself. Sandy Claire is getting better and better all the time at this Keirin racing. The rules are then 8 laps of the track. The bike at the front, the motorbike, peels off with 2.5 laps to go, and then it is an almighty sprint for the finish line. Tactically, you have to get everything right. In Japan, it is a massive sport. Go to Japan, you can bet on Keirin racing. And in the next round, we have Becky James of Great Britain, the defending champion. She has been racing in Japan in Keirin racing. She went to the Japanese Keirin school between her world title last year and coming here to Cali for this world title. 4 laps to go. Things are starting to look a little bit more tense. Jess Varnish sitting on the back of the group. She was the bronze medalist in the team sprint. Anna Mears has already got 1 medal, but she wants gold. She doesn't want to go away from this contest without the gold. Last year, the medals went to Becky James. Sandra Guerra was the bronze medalist. Anna Mears is not going to get herself into any trouble this afternoon in this Keirin event. 3 riders will go through to the final. Mears is just tapping out the pace. Morton is going round the outside now to try and get up to the wheel of Anna Mears. 1 lap to go. Mears still on the front. She has looked very focused today. She normally, as you walk past, gives you a bit of a smile. Today she's been staring, just getting herself right in the zone, heading up to the line now. Mears will qualify. It's a photograph between Sandy Claire, Anna Mears, Brezhneva and Mustafa. I think Sandy Claire may well have just caught Anna Mears on the line, but this shot won't tell us very much. And I reckon it is Mustafa who is through, as opposed to Brezhneva, but we'll have a look. Oh, I don't know, might be wrong actually. Brezhneva close. It's going to be a photograph between those two for the final place, but Sandy Claire looks good. Anna Mears qualifies, and now they're trying to decide between Brezhneva and Mustafa as to who will go through. The answer is Brezhneva then. So the 3 riders who qualify: Sandy Claire, Anna Mears of Australia and Brezhneva of Russia. Anna Mears safely through to the final of the World Keirin Championships. We're going to move on now to bring you the second of our heats. 6 riders just getting ready to take to the track. So these riders making their way back into the track centre. They'll go back, they'll ride the rollers. I noticed Christina Vogel earlier just reviewing her performance in the Keirin, sitting and watching the laptop. And she is in this second round. 6 riders then getting ready. There is Christina Vogel at the bottom of the track, right-hand side of the picture. 2 medals so far, 2 gold. Bronze medalist in the Keirin in 2012. Underway then, these 6 riders. Lissandra Guerra in the colours of Cuba, red and blue, second from the back of the street. Bronze medalist last year. Another French rider in here, Virginie Queth. Rebecca James, a defending champion from Great Britain. Christina Vogel. Li Wai-tzu of Hong Kong, China, the bronze medalist in this event in London 2012. And the Mexican rider, Daniela Garciola. This is some heat, you know, to try and get through. 3 riders qualify for the final. Seven laps to go. 6 laps coming up now. Rebecca James from Abergavenny in Wales will want to go home with another medal here. Last year she came back from Minsk with 4 medals. This time she's got 1 from the team sprint. But with 2 years to go for these athletes to Rio 2016, plenty of time to get the form home. This gives them a good measure as to how things are going, where their form is, how they're feeling against world-class opposition. Rebecca James still glued to the back wheel of the bike. Been riding in the Keirin school, as I mentioned, in Japan, so she will have been thinking carefully about her tactics for this race. 4 laps to go. Vogel just leaving a gap between her and Rebecca James. She's looking for someone to dive round so that she can take the wheel and put herself in with a better chance of winning. She's just trying to hold that surge from everyone else off. Lissandra Guerra now moves up with the black and white helmet on. She likes to bump and barge in these races, and so does the rider at the back, Li Wai-tzu. Becky James is getting boxed a little bit as they go down to the bottom of the track. 3 riders will qualify. Vogel is very fast and is at the front here. She's going to make sure she qualifies. James is right on the wheel. Vogel is there. 3 riders qualify, and it is Vogel, Rebecca James and Daniela Garciola of Mexico, the 3rd place rider, which is a surprise. So Lissandra Guerra, Li Wai-tzu and Virginie Queth are now out of the final. That is going to make life easier for Anna Mears and Rebecca James and Christina Vogel now. Six riders then go through to the final. Anna Mears of Australia, Sandy Claire of France, Elena Brezhneva of Russia, Rebecca James of Great Britain, Christina Vogel of Germany and Daniela Garciola of Mexico. They are the 6 who will fight it out in the final later on. Coming up next will be the deciding round of the men's sprint. We have 1 place left in the final, and we're going to see the race between Matthew Glaetzer of Australia and Stefan Boetticher of Germany. Just waiting to see Glaetzer and Boetticher make their way up onto the track. Pervis is already there from France. Following this, we'll have the final of the women's omnium. We'll find out where the medals are going to. A tense moment for these two riders. Boetticher is the defending champion. He won the first race with a textbook sprint. Now he's got to make sure that he beats Gleitzer. Gleitzer is the comeback kid after his crash the other night. Still got the battle scars to prove it. It's last chance saloon then for these two riders. Who is going to go through to the final of the men's sprint? Last little bit of encouragement being spoken into the ears there of Matthew Gleitzer. See the mountain in the background there here in Cali. It's a great setting for a bike race, isn't it? Very, very different. Normally when you're sat in a velodrome, you are just looking at the same walls all the time. Here you've got the elements. It's maybe, as Florian Rousseau said, maybe it's better to have a sterile environment for a world championship, but this is different. Boetticher's looking a little bit red to me. Matthew Gleitzer, he's literally 5 meters from me now as he gets held up ready for this sprint. Both these riders just looking down at the track, going off the start line very slowly. Boetticher is the German rider at the front. He has to lead. You notice the commissaire walking along. He's making sure that they go quicker than walking pace, which you must do at this point in the race. That's the rule. And if they break it, then they will get a warning. It looks pretty sinister, doesn't it? With those visors on the helmets, these big, powerful riders who pack a huge amount of power. I was talking to Boetticher's decided he's going to do a standstill, so he kicks the bike up, and now he wants to maneuver Gleitzer into the lead. The stealth-like bike of the German. Got to be careful, you are not allowed to go backwards. Boetticher gives up on that one. He's tried once. He did a question and answer session with Chris Hoy a couple of weeks ago in London, and he was recalling about gym sessions, getting ready for sprint competitions. Many of you may have seen the photograph. His biggest leg press ever was the entire weights of the machine as Gleitzer dives down the banking, with Ross Edgar, his teammate, sitting on them as well. Right now we're to the business end of this sprint as Gleitzer adopts the same tactic that he adopted last time. It worked once, why shouldn't it work again? Gleitzer is racing Boetticher. He's really looking good. He dives down the banking, and now he's going to give it the gas all the way around. Has Boetticher got the speed? He's going around the outside. He's all over the bike. It's going to be very close on the line. Oh, the German takes it. 67.92 for Stefan Boetticher, the defending champion, is into the final. He made difficult work of it, but he finally got there. That was a stunning race between those two riders. Watch this. Blakeson leads. He's rocking and rolling. The bike is kicking all over the place with the intense pressure he's putting on it. He was nearly there. A big grimace from him. Boetticher icy cool as he crosses the line with almost one wheel between him and the Australian. So the final will be Pervis against Boetticher. And Blakeson, of course, will be riding for the bronze medal against the Russian Dmitriev later on. Thrilling sprinting. Well, no sooner has that finished, we turn our attention back to the women's omnium. This is the standings after 5 events. Sarah Hammer of the United States leads with 10 points. Laura Trott in second for Great Britain, and Annette Edmondson of Australia going for bronze now. Can she close the gap on Laura Trott? It's unlikely, but you never know. Laura Trott's chance of beating Sarah Hammer here is looking like it's pretty faded, unless one of those riders has a terrible day in the 500-metre time trial, the 6th event of the women's omni. Riders then go in reverse order of their standing, so the last 2 riders to go will be Sarah Hammer and Laura Trott. Just on the screen then, we're running through the 9 heats that we're going to see. This next event then, the time trial. The riders looking to set the fastest time they possibly can. This is the event in London 2012 where Laura Trott overcame the lead of Sarah Hammer. And Hammer had a bad day in the 500-metre time trial. Hammer right now, though, would have to have a terrible day. She is 8 points ahead of Laura Trott. Trott 5 points ahead of Edmondson. Edmondson 6 points ahead of Julien Dore. Climbing onto a time trial bike then is Tsukagoshi of Japan, who is 17th overall. Her best place was 11th in the flying lap. So we might expect here to see a good individual time trial. Might move her up a little bit in the standings. Sakura Tsukagoshi out of the starting blocks then for Japan. Got to get that bike right up to speed, slipping and sliding around a little bit on the corner of turn 3, heading up towards the completion of the 250 metres. Tsukagoshi of Japan now, turning the pressure on through the final few metres of this 500-metre time trial. With 5 events in her legs, she'll be feeling a little bit tired now. Hits the line, sets the pace, 37.136. The standard to beat then is 37.136. Simona Frapporti of Italy getting ready for racing. She is going to be racing against Elżbieta Pawlendova of Slovakia. We haven't really seen too much of her over the last day or so of racing. Frapporti's best place, 9th in the individual pursuit. Pavlendova's placing best 9th in the scratch race that we've just seen. Frapporti with the pink on the helmet there. This is Pavlendova. Frapporti, a good road rider on that Astana B Pink team. Underway then in this 500-metre time trial, 2 laps of the track, and it's all about getting the effort out. We saw the 500-metre time trial a few days ago on the early parts of this World Championship. Frapporti goes through there in 21.265, so she's looking quicker than Pavlendova. She's 15th overall in this Omnium Series. Frapporti looking to try and now take the victory, and she does. 36.894 against 38.124, which puts Frapporti into first place and Pavlendova into 3rd. Still 14 riders left to race. Our next 2 riders take to the track. This is Gana Solovey, the Ukrainian rider. She's a very good time trialist, so this suits her, this style of event. She is being joined on the track by Mekias of Cuba. Marlies Mekias onto her bike. Gana Solovey, I reckon, will go quick around this track. She certainly should do. She's a former junior world champion in the individual time trial, European time trial champion at under 23 level. Cuban rider looks to be having a few problems in the starting blocks. Both riders underway then. Mekias in the red and blue, Solovey in the turquoise and yellow of the Ukraine. Got to get that bike up to top speed, settle down into the aero skis. Hands nice and secure, relaxed, and the forearms flat. 20.360, and it's Mekias who's looking very good for Cuba. Racing around the track here. She is 13th overall, but she could close up a little bit On a couple of places, she certainly looked rapid, hits the line. 35.516, good enough for first place. And Soloway down in fourth. Cuban rider went powering off the start. That's pretty impressive. She is the fastest rider so far. Simona Frapporti of Italy. Second, Sukagoshi in third place so far in the individual time trial. And 12 riders left to go. This will be the loudest heat of this final time trial. This is Dao Chi-Xuan of Hong Kong, China, that we've just seen win the scratch race. But the crowd now greet Gianni Salcedo, the rider from Colombia. Salcedo, 11th overall. She is 1 place ahead of the rider from Hong Kong, China. 1 point separating them. And a couple of points separating Salcedo from a place in the top 10 right now. Salcedo on the left. Here we go. The crowd go wild in this arena as they greet Salcedo round the track. She's absolutely firing out of the start, getting right up to speed, motivated by a crowd who are all giving her a massive cheer now. It's going to be a close one. Salcedo giving it full gas as she heads towards the finish line. And she will hit the line in 36.765. Good enough for second place so far. And our rider from Hong Kong, China, good enough for third. That will help Salcedo a little. Well, the fans in here have loved seeing everyone race, but when the Colombian riders get on the track, they go completely and utterly wild. It's like a party atmosphere. Laurie Berton of France onto the track now. Former European junior champion in the team sprint. And she's up against Katerina Barazna of Belarus. These riders right now are 9th and 10th overall. So a good time trial needed. In terms of the weather conditions around here now, in the back straight, the flags are really flying, which in actual fact, in terms of this time trial, gives this rider from Belarus, who is starting in the back straight, the slightest bit of an advantage. As Chris Hoy explained to me, it's easier to have a headwind straight off the start, because immediately you're up to speed, you then get a tailwind, whereas opposed to the other rider who's gone flat out and suddenly hits a headwind, it doesn't feel so good. The French rider then, Laurie Berton, trying to hold on to her 9th place overall. Barazna of Belarus in 10th place. And it's Laurie Berton who's looking pretty rapid over that opening 250 meters. She's really giving it a lot of throttle as she pulls herself right forward on the bike. The Belarusian not quite so fast. Berton second fastest, 35.607. the replay. Berton, second fastest so far. Still, Mekias of Cuba is the quickest rider in this 500-meter time trial. Salcedo in third place for Colombia. 8 riders left to go. The 7th and 8th place riders up onto the track now. This is Laura Brown of Canada. Bronze medals in the team pursuit in the Olympics and the World Championships, and a silver medal now to go with it. The Russian rider, Tamara Balabalina, up on the track now, and in terms of scoring, there is a slender 1-point advantage between them. Laura Brown is in 7th, Balabalina is in 8th place. So you have to race it. We saw yesterday Tim Velt moving up into silver medal position with his individual time trial for the Netherlands. He rode really well, very strongly, and he got himself into the silver medal position purely by the power he produced in his individual time trial. So Balabalina onto the skis, Laura Brown with a nice aero handlebars there as they go round the first 250. Laura Brown is slower, 21.126. Balabalina right now is going to jump ahead of Laura Brown in the standings overall in the Omnium. Brown looks to be a little more tired at the end of all these events. Racing to the line, Balabalina through there in third, 35.997. So she will move ahead, I think, of Laura Brown by the end of this race. They're now equal on points. Maybe Laura Brown will just hold position. But if this Omnium finish now, they'd be equal on points. And they'd also be equal with Laurie Berton of France. Here's the women's Omnium time trial standing so far. Marlies Mekias of Cuba, 35.516. Laurie Berton of France, 35.607. And now Tamara Balabalina of Russia, 35.997. Those are the standings, but we still have 6 riders left to go. An Olympian with a bronze medal. Pawlowska, a world champion on the track. Six riders left to take this 500-meter time trial. Very soon we're going to know where is the gold medal heading. Pawlowska on the left, Olavarria on the right-hand side for Spain. Big effort to get the gear turning off the start. And now we're looking for the injection of pace down that back straight, and Pawlowska is the rider who's racing there right now. Here she is in the red and white. Let's see what the time split is. The fastest time still by Mekias of Cuba. Pawlowska's a good time trialist. Olavarria really gritting her teeth as she races round the final couple of meters now into the line. 35.916 for Olavarria. That's a very good time. And good enough for third fastest so far. Pawlowska down in 9th place actually. 4 riders left to start in this individual time trial of the women's omnium. This is going to decide where one of the medals is going to go. Jolien D'Or of Belgium. Her teammate Kelly Drutz, of course, going away from here with a gold medal. But here is Annette Edmondson. Her 3rd World Championships. Bronze medalist in 2013, the silver medalist in 2012, bronze medal in London 2012. Her brother's already got a gold medal here. So now can she stand on the podium as well? Jolien D'Or of Belgium is 6 points away from taking that medal from Annette Edmondson. Edmondson in the white of Australia. Jolien D'Or in the colours of Belgium. Annette Edmondson, you can see that time trial saddle on the bike. So she can sit right forward, get on top of this gear now. She needs to produce a good time trial. She's opened up with a 23.62. Now she's really got to kick on through the second 250. The Australian rider going for the bronze medal at least. Jolien D'Or fighting hard, but Annette Edmondson has produced 34.995. She's the fastest rider in this individual time trial so far. Well, that now puts Sarah Hammer and Laura Trott under a little bit of pressure, but without doubt, we are going to see Annette Edmondson on the podium later on. Another medal for Australia in these World Championships. Two riders left to go, and they are the two riders who constantly battle each other in omniums. Annette Edmondson is the other member of that illustrious trio who seem at the moment to share the medals between them. The look of Sarah Hammer. Hammer walks out onto the track. There is Laura Trott of Great Britain. She has produced some incredible 500-metre time trials in the past, but today's a pretty big ask. Laura Trott, the Olympic Omnium champion. Already got a gold medal in the team pursuit. She doesn't like losing. Sarah Hammer, the champion of this event last year. This decides the gold medal then. Trott on the right-hand side, gritting her teeth. Hammer looking very, very powerful right now in these events. Trott is going to race it. Hammer is going to try and just get the gear going as quick as she can. Now she's onto the aero skis. Trott is kicking on here, and she's looking fast. 23.31. Hammer is already dropping away. Trott needs 8 places between her and Hammer's already 4 places behind. What's going to happen here as they race around the track? Laura Trott giving it full beans, close at the finish though. Laura Trott was second, and Hammer came back. She got the gear going. Well, at one point there were 5 places between them, almost, and Laura Trott looked like she was going to produce another big result, but Hammer obviously put a big gear on the bike. She is the world champion again. She's defended her title, and she will win the World Omnium Championship by 6 points from Laura Trott. Here's the replay. Trott really raced it. Annette Edmondson is the winner of this individual time trial. Trott went out with a massive speedy first lap. Hammer at that point was 4 places down, but she came back. The sign of a champion, the stars and stripes are coming out, and Sarah Hammer is the world champion of the Omnium again. Laura Trott, the silver medalist, and the bronze medal will go to Annette Edmondson of Australia. A great round of 6 events. Confirmation that Annette Edmondson was the fastest rider in the time trial. 34.995. Laura Trott with 35.456. Marlies Mekias was 3rd. Hammer was in 4th place. Well, Sarah Hammer's team in the United States will be very happy with that performance. She wins with 14 points. Laura Trott 2nd with 20. Annette Edmondson 3rd with 24. That's the gap then back to Jolien D'Or with 35. Those 3 riders a long way ahead of the rest of the field. Sarah Hammer wins with a flying lap of 2nd place, a points race elimination and individual pursuit that she won, and then the scratch race in the time trial, 5th and 4th place. There's the rundown to the 17th rider. Well, are you keeping up today? The pace is pretty relentless. The final day of competition in these World Track Championships. And we turn our attention back now to the women's keirin. We start off with the keirin for the places 7th to 12th. And in here we have Stephanie Morton of Australia, Lysandra Guerra of Cuba, Virginie Queff of France, Jess Varnish of Great Britain, Lee Whitesea of Hong Kong, China, and Fatiha Mustafa of Malaysia. The final, of course, will be Anna Mears of Australia, Sandy Claire of France, Brezhneva of Russia, Rebecca James of Great Britain, Gattiola of Mexico, and Christina Vogel of Germany. So this decides the 7th to 12th places now. Some riders in here that we weren't expecting to be here, in particular Lee Whitesea and perhaps Lysandra Guerra. Guerra was the bronze medalist last year. Eight laps of the track as normal. Thank you to all of you for joining me for these World Track Championships, and thanks for your tweets today. Very much appreciated. At McCrossan is where you can join me for the rest of today's coverage. So whatever nationality you are and who you're supporting, just give everyone a cheer on Twitter. The riders do read it a lot, you know. And they're here in the track centre in between some of their races, or if they're cheering people on, they're here, then they read things, they retweet them. They've been posting a lot of the video of this time of racing. 7 laps to go. The bike peels off with 2.5 laps remaining. Six laps to go. Jess Varnish leads the group of 6. Sandra Guerra there in second. Stephanie Morton in third. Fourth place is Mustafa of Malaysia in that gold-coloured kit. Virginie Couef of France comes from Brest. Bronze medalist in the European Keirin Championships. 5 laps to go. If you're just joining us then, this is the Keirin final for the riders placing 7th to 12th. Following this straight away will be the World Keirin final. Who is going to take the gold medal? The lineup including Anna Meares of Australia, the rider who's looking to put herself into the history books as the most celebrated World Championship athlete ever. Rebecca James, the defending champion, will be in that race as Jess Varnish now looks around at everyone. She'll just want to get through and take 7th place. But it's Virginie Couef of France who goes to the front here. Varnish trying to close the gap. The Sandra Guerra goes round the outside. And White Li is also there. It is the Cuban rider who is now hitting the front. And she is very, very quick. Li White is now on the front of the race. Mustafa's there as well as they head towards the finish. And it is the rider from Hong Kong, China, who will take the 7th place in the World Keirin Championships, followed by Mustafa. Stephanie Morton will be in 9th place by the looks of things, but there is a photograph between Mustafa Morton and Virginie Couef here to decide the rest of the placings. It looks like the 8th place will go to Mustafa and Morton and Couef in a photograph. This is the final coming up then. Get ready for this one. Do not go and make a cup of tea or coffee right now. Anna Meares with 21 World Championship medals. Twice the world champion in the Keirin, a silver medalist and a bronze medalist as well. Sandy Clare from Toulon, the European 500-metre time trial champion. Rebecca James, the defending World Keirin champion. Christina Vogel, 2 gold medals already in these championships. Daniela Gathiola of Mexico, the rider that perhaps is the unknown quantity here, and Brezhneva of Russia. Anna Meares has said a couple of days ago with that magnificent quote, some days you get beaten, you just have to make sure you're not defeated. The sign of a true champion to come back here now and be in the World Keirin final. In the rainbow bands around her arm, she has looked in a total world of her own today around this velodrome. She's meaning business. It's a big race this. There is a real strong wind blowing down the back straight. You've got to think about your tactics. And immediately it's Claire who goes to the wheel of the bike. The 25-year-old from France. Anna Mears on her wheel. Rebecca James, who has been pupilled at the Keirin School in Japan, in 3rd place. Behind them, the rider who is such a powerhouse, Christina Vogel, who has looked fantastic over the last few days of competition. Gaffiola of Mexico, Brezhneva of Russia. Is it going to go to one of the first 4 we mentioned, or one of the lesser-known names, Gaffiola and Brezhneva, at the back of the group? Can they surprise? Gracciola, to me, has looked pretty good in the last few days of competition in the various disciplines. The bike peels off with 2.5 laps to go. Then it will be the big sprint for the finish line. It's going to be a tense few laps here. Mears so concentrated, so focused, just keeping an eye on the wheel of Sandy Claire here. When will she strike? Laps of racing remain. You can feel the tension now in this crowd here in Cali. This is a big race. Anna Mears just turning the pedals over, feathering them over, just keeping the momentum turning. That familiar style of hers that we've got so used to over so many years of racing. Can Anna Mears now win this world title? 3 laps of racing to go. Sandy Claire looks around. So does Anna Mears. She can see Becky James, who is also turning around to look and see where everybody is. Hold on now. Here we go. The power is starting to go on. Sandy Claire is at the front. Mears is going to start to make her move. She does not want Vogel anywhere near her, and they're going to go shoulder to shoulder as they race down here. Vogel is looking for the inside line. She's going to get it. Mears is going to go shoulder to shoulder with Rebecca James. James is a defending champion. Vogel has got the burners on now. Mears is looking for some sort of a gap. Vogel is there. Rebecca James is going round the outside but doesn't make it. Christina Vogel is the world Keirin champion. It is 3 gold medals in these events. Vogel does it. That was a stunning sprint. What a win by Christina Vogel. Christina Vogel. Look at this. So powerful. Mears is desperately trying to get on the wheel. She doesn't quite get there. Rebecca James takes the bronze. It was a flat-out sprint for the finish line. Anna Mears congratulates her. Christina Vogel, without doubt, has been the star of these championships in women's racing. Rebecca James congratulates her. Well, they were the big names. They delivered on the day. Christina Vogel is going to need another suitcase. She's got 3 gold medals now in these championships, and there's confirmation of the result. Vogel will pull on the rainbow bands. Anna Mears, another medal, 22 medals in world championships, and Rebecca James goes home with a 2nd bronze as well. Listen to this now. In 2009, she was hit by a minibus out training. She had to fight her way back from a broken neck. And now she is a 3-time world champion here. On this track, she will love Cali forever. I think we might see her salsa dancing tonight, somewhere in Cali. She absolutely loves it. She's got the entire crowd on their feet behind me. She's getting a standing ovation in this velodrome. And it's no surprise, is it? Well, it was a thrilling sprint between those riders. Vogel worked it all the way. She refused to give an inch. Mears didn't want her to get the front line, but there was no possibility. She fought and fought and fought. On the screen then you can see the rundown of the men's sprint, because we're going to turn our attention to the finals. The ride for the bronze medal then will be between Denis Dmitriev of Russia and Matthew Glaetzer of Australia. Remember, 3 rides if required. First rider to 2 will take the bronze medal. Three laps of the track. Denis Dmitriev leads off for Russia. Dmitriev, the silver medalist from last year, behind Stefan Boetticher. Pervis was the bronze medalist. Matthew Glaetzer, a team sprint gold medalist in 2012, previously from South Australia. 21 years of age, looking now to take home the bronze in this championship. Sneaky move by Glaetzer there as he sweeps down the track. He's done this a couple of times. He doesn't want Dmitriev to try and use the element of the jump. It's what Dmitriev likes to do. So Glaetzer now turns on the heat, goes down that back straight with that familiar style we've got used to. Dmitriev's going to go round the top here, races to the line. The Russian takes it 1-0 in the bronze medal ride-off to the Russian, Denis Dmitriev. Here we go, Glaetzer does get the acceleration, but coming out of turn 4 onto the finishing straight, if you get that line right, it really gives you a little bit of a rocket, and Dmitriev uses that to very, very good effect. So we get ready for the gold medal, the tussle between France and Germany. 3 races if required, as usual. Stefan Boetticher makes his way out on the track to try and defend the title that he won in Minsk last year. 12 months ago, he took the gold medal. Always lines himself up right up at the top of the track if he's on the inside line. That means that Pervis has to start right up there at the top. Pervis, is he going to do what Christina Vogel's done? 2 golds already. Boetticher still doing up his helmet there, getting himself ready. And now we're underway. The first of the gold medal ride-offs. First run. Boetticher at the front. He's going to go very, very slowly. What he's going to try and do, I think, is he's going to use his power to jump very hard off a slow pace. Pervis, on the other hand, is going to try and wind it up. He will want to go off a fast pace and go for a long way out if he possibly can. You have to play to your strengths in sprinting. Use your knowledge of your opponent and try to bring home the gold. These 2 riders almost at a standstill, and so they are being brought back to the start. They are supposed to be going at walking pace, and they weren't going at walking pace, so they are going to be brought back to the start line. The commissaires, the judges in the centre of the track, just talking to the coaches and saying to the 2 coaches, have a word with your 2 riders. It's a mind game. That's what's going on here. Back to the start. So let's have another go. This is the gold medal ride. Run number 1. 3 races if required. Boetticher giving a little smile to the camera there at the moment of total focus. So let's see what happens as they go off the start again. Boetticher on the front. Pervis of France there in 2nd place. You can see the flags in the background, just how much they're moving. You can actually feel the breeze up here in the commentary box for one of the first times in the last few days. So it is getting stronger all the time. It's blowing straight down the back straight. Racing past there. Danny King, Fix Williamson, Laura Trott's teammates sitting in the stand. And here we go. Pervis is going to kick on a little bit, just trying to keep the bike jumping. Boetticher doesn't manage to manoeuvre Pervis into the lead. They're allowed to do that at that point in the track. Nice little manoeuvre there by Stefan Boetticher. Oh, look at that. Pervis with amazing bike handling skills. Almost overtook the German, but didn't quite. Just relaxes that fingers a little bit. Look at that. Just see, he's gripping the bars when he has to, but he's trying to take the tension out of the shoulders. Whose eyes just staring at the back of Boetticher. So far, so good for him. He has managed to maintain the position that he wants. This is going to be a thrilling competition between these 2 riders. As I said, Pervis wants a fast pace, so now he's going to start to wind it up. Boetticher holding him right up the top of the track. He is refusing to let Pervis do what he wants to do. Now they're going to dive down, and Boetticher will drive inside that sprinter's line very, very late. Here he goes, heading now towards the finish. Pervis is going to go round the top. Are they going to get it on the line with 70.803 kilometers an hour? Pervis is on course for another gold medal. Look at Pervis, looks across at the wheel, thinks, yep, game over. One 0 to Pervis in the gold medal ride-off, 1-0 to Dmitriev in the bronze medal. If you're wondering what is coming up soon, we're going to bring you the award ceremony for the women's Omnium. And then we will be into the award ceremony for the women's Keirin. We'll follow that up with the men's sprint finals. And then we move into the Madison. So the first award ceremony we're going to see this afternoon is going to be that of the women's Omnium, which was a great competition. And let's hear from the winner, Sarah Hammond.
Congratulations. We saw you very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. You know, I wanted it so bad, but the Omnium is such an intense event for body and mind. You know, over 2 days, anything can happen and you just can't make a mistake. So I felt very strong in the mind and in the body. So yeah, I'm very excited.
You know very well, I mean, having a lot of titles and golds, World Championship. Is this one a special different flavor? I mean, is it Omnium and you're supposed to have for the pursuit, the individual pursuit?
Yeah, I mean, you know, now my focus, of course, has been shifted to the Omnium because it's an Olympic event. And, you know, second year in a row winning it, it's always hard to duplicate because you have a big target on your back. But, you know, all the work I put in all over the year and everyone who's helped me along the way, you know, it all, hopefully I made everybody proud, so.
You're 30-year-old, and you look, I mean, as you were 6 or 5 years ago. I mean, in very good shape. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, hopefully I just keep getting stronger and stronger. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have your attention for an important announcement. The 2014 UCI Track Cycling World Championships now request everyone to observe 1 minute silence in memory of 2 track riders who suddenly passed away recently. Jean Nel from South Africa, aged 31, who was a sprint specialist and is current South African Keirin champion. Jung Jung Hwan from South Korea, aged 29, a team pursuit specialist and 2006 Madison Asian champion.
So you'll hear the announcement in the background that we in the velodrome are observing a 1 minute silence in memory of 2 riders who passed away just in the last couple of months. Jung Jung Hwan of South Korea and Jean Nel of South Africa. So in a moment we're just going to observe the silence in memory of two riders who were on the up in their sports, and we'll observe their memory.
Please stand and join us in this mark of respect.
Por favor, nos ponemos de pie y demostremos nuestro respeto ante estos dolorosos acontecimientos.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Velódromo Alcide Quieto Patiño.
So a mark of respect there for two riders who passed away in the last couple of months. And a very respectful way to remember those two riders. We move on now then to the award ceremony for the women's Omnium. 2 days of competition, 6 different races, and now we're going to present the medals.
Women's Omnium.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación, prueba Omnium Damas del Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo de Pista UCI.
The medals and UCI World Champions jersey will be presented by a member of the Management Committee of the International Cycling Union, Mr. Peter Peterson.
Las medallas y camisetas de campeones serán entregados por el miembro del Comité de la Unión Ciclista Internacional, Mr. Peter Peterson.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Australia.
La ganadora de la medalla de bronce representa a Australia.
Annette Edmondson.
The bronze medal goes to Annette Edmondson of Australia.
Winner of the silver medal
She was the bronze
representing
medalist
Great Britain.
in 2013 as
La
well.
de plata representa a Gran Bretaña.
Laura Trott.
The silver medal goes to Great Britain's Laura Trott, the Olympic champion.
The UCI Track Cycling World Championships Women's Omnium Gold Medalist and winner of the UCI World Champions jersey representing the United States of America.
La ganadora de la medalla de oro en la prueba Omnium Damas y ganadora de la camiseta del Campeonato Mundial UCI representa a los Estados Unidos.
Sarah Hammer.
And America's Sarah Hammer is the world champion, backing up her victory of the last year. It's the same podium with the same medals going to the same people. It's pretty incredible after 6 events and 2 days of competition that it ends up like this. These 3 riders are fantastic athletes in the women's Omnium competition. Sarah Hammer wins again. She wanted to win this very badly. You could see by just how much she dug deep, in particular in that elimination race. That's where this race was really clinched.
Licenciado Hernando Zuluaga Aristizábal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem
Now the
of
national
the
anthem
United States of
of
America.
the United
Damas y
States of America.
caballeros, el himno nacional de los Estados Unidos.
Emotion in the eyes of Sarah Hammer as she takes her second world title in 2 years in this women's omnium competition. A measure podium, Annette Edmondson of Australia, Laura Trott of Great Britain, and Sarah Hammer in the rainbow bands in the centre. Well, before we move on with more racing, we're going to bring you the award ceremony of the women's keirin. And the rider who has thrilled the crowd with her attitude here in the track and her way of racing over the last few days has brought her another gold medal. So let's hear now from the new world keirin champion, Christina Vogel.
Christina, congrats. What's your feeling today?
Oh, please ask me an easier question. It is, I can't describe it. It's the first gold medal in a tournament in the World Championships. It is just proudness, happiness. It is, hey, what's happened now? It feels weird, but good weird. Is I just have to have time with my family to realize what's happened now and to enjoy my stripes in the next year.
Is this race a bit different from the others for you? I mean, in terms of effort of competition?
Yes, of course, the Worlds is always a different competition because it is a World Cup is just a World Cup, and the World Series is the tournament for the next year. And you know you have to be good, and you know you have to ride good today. But yesterday after the run of the sprint, I just say, hey, come be easy, enjoy your rides, and just do your best. And now I'm the best here in the tournament. I just have to push myself, and that's all. And it happened today, so it is a gold again.
Und was sind die nächsten Ziele?
Die nächsten Ziele, oh Gott, erstmal nach Hause mit der Familie, ein bisschen Zeit genießen mit meinem Freund, allen danken dafür, dass wir den Schütz haben im letzten Jahr und dann genießen wir erstmal die Sommersaison und die nächste Weltcup-Saison, wo ich ganz viele Streifen tragen darf in der Disziplin. Das ist immer schön, weil man so wirklich ganz stolz drauf sein kann, was man geschafft hat hier und dann gehen wir mit großen Schritten auf Rio zu und freuen erstmal auf die nächste WM.
Ja, danke. Thank you very much.
Christina Vogel, she rides a bike fast and she talks just as quick. She's a great character and she is now the world keirin champion. So we're going to bring you now the award ceremony for the women's keirin. Vogel was the bronze medalist in 2012. And the other medals will go to Anna Mears of Australia and Rebecca James, the defending champion from Great Britain. the medalists in the women's keirin.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain.
La ganadora de la medalla de bronce representa a Gran Bretaña.
Rebecca James.
Rebecca James from Wales, the defending champion, takes the bronze medal in 2014.
Winner of the silver medal representing Australia.
La ganadora de la medalla de plata representa a Australia.
Anna Mears.
Anna Mears adds to her silver medal from 2003 with another silver. Such a competitor in the keirin events. And of course, a former world champion on 2 occasions.
Track Cycling World Championships Women's Keirin gold medalist and winner of the UCI World Champions jersey representing Germany.
La ganadora de la medalla de oro en la prueba keirin damas y ganadora de la camiseta del Campeonato Mundial UCI representa a Alemania.
Christina Vogel.
Christina Vogel has won the team sprint. She took her first individual world title yesterday in the sprint, and now she has taken the keirin title as well. 3 golds in 5 days of competition here in Cali. Christina Vogel pulls on the rainbow bands.
The flowers will be presented by the mayor of Santiago de Cali, Mr. Rodrigo Guerrero.
Las flores son presentadas por el alcalde de Santiago de Cali, Rodrigo Guerrero.
And now the national anthem of
Damas y
Germany.
caballeros, el himno de Alemania.
In the women's keirin. Well, we're going to turn our minds back to the sprint finals. We're going to find out now who's going to win the medals. as Christina Vogel enjoys her third world title. Back on the track then with the men's sprint. Just to remind you, Dmitriev of Russia is winning this bronze medal ride-off against the Australian Matthew Glaetzer. If Dmitriev wins this race, then he will be the bronze medalist. Glaetzer needs to win to take it to a third ride for the bronze medal. Best of three in this contest. They get underway. Thanks very much for all your messages. Join me on @McCrossan on Twitter as we head towards the conclusion of these World Track Championships. We've got the big Madison to come before the end of today. Glaetzer goes up to the top of the track. He wants to manoeuvre Denis Dmitriev into the lead. Great standstills. You mustn't let the bike go backwards. You can rock it a little, but you cannot visibly move the bike back. Glaetzer there at the front, using all that power as they now decide that that isn't going to work. So he rolls away again. Glaetzer has, remember, been a great sprinter in this series, so the question is, has he got the tactics to beat Dmitriev? Bouncing the bike a little bit just to try and keep the momentum when he moves Dmitriev into the lead. He's managed to do what he wanted to do. So they're up now at the top of the track on the side banking of the finishing straight. So with that small, lower frontal area, the way he leans forward on the bike. He's now decided that he doesn't want the element of surprise from the back, so he goes to the front and he leads Dmitriev now. Now he's going to take him up the banking. He's going to hold him there, and then he'll shut the door and he'll dive down the banking and he'll put the gas on. Here we go. Turns the throttle on. How much has he got? Dmitriev is going to try and come round the top. He did this last time, and Dmitriev is just too quick when he gets around turn 4 like that. Dmitriev is the bronze medalist in the men's sprint. Glaetzer congratulates him. Well, to be honest, considering that Matthew Glaetzer slid halfway down the track on his backside the other night when his bike ended up nearly in the commentary box, I didn't think he'd be back racing. So it's pretty impressive that he's even here in this bronze medal ride-off. The sprint of the man is great to see. Dmitriev takes the bronze home for Russia to go with the silver he took last year. Dmitriev takes the salute of the crowd. He also points to Glaetzer and says, give him a round of applause as well. I think acknowledging the way that this man has battled back. Is this going to be the ride that decides the gold medal, or will Stefan Boetticher now take it to the third ride to decide where the destination is? Pervis was the bronze medalist last year. Boetticher was the gold medalist, the defending champion. Pervis leads 1-0. Licking his lips. He wants the hat-trick of gold medals in this series of World Championships. Francois Pervis won his first world title, amazingly, last year in 2013 in the kilometre time trial. His first emergence at world level was in 2002 in the Junior Worlds in the team sprint. He then won an under-23 team sprint championship in 2003, and his first European Championship kilometre was in 2004. It then took him all the way until 2013 of plugging away and working hard to take his title, take his rainbow bands, and now he's got 3 sets of rainbow bands. This could be his 4th title. Boetticher, on the other hand, is the young German, the 22-year-old, who won the sprints last year. A lot of great sprinters have been dismissed in this competition, including the British rider Jason Kenny. The likes of Shane Perkins as well, of Australia. So now we are starting to wind things up. It looks like Boetticher's going to dive down here. Pervis wants to race from the front, and he wants to go flat out. Here we are. If Pervis wins this one, then he is the world champion. Boetticher's working really hard. He's going to try and use that last banking to come around Pervis, heading towards the finish line. Who's going to get it? Pervis wins. Look at the speed of the Frenchman. 71.442 kilometres an hour when he hit the line over that last 200. Pervis is the world sprint champion. Look at that, the ecstasy, the emotion of the Frenchman is now flowing out. He says give Boetticher a round of applause as well. He's such a great guy. Pervis takes the salute of the crowd. He's put them all on their feet. Here's the sprint. He wound it up. Boetticher working so hard. He got back on the wheel. Then he tried to use that banking, use the slingshot. It didn't quite happen. He almost got there. But the Frenchman, Francois Pervis, wins by 1 wheel. And he is now the gold medalist in the keirin, the kilometre and the sprint. He shakes his head, he smiles. All the hard work's been worth it. It's hurting. And the crowd now are all standing up and chanting Pervis. There we are, the signal. It's 3 for the Frenchman. He kisses the Cali track and he's just going to have a lie down. He doesn't mind anymore. As far as he's concerned, this place, these boards, this track has brought all his dreams come true. He doesn't want to leave the boards of Cali here at 1,000 metres above sea level. He has thrilled everybody. Well, if he gets off the track, then we're going to bring you the Madison, the final event of what has been a sparkling series of races here in Cali, in Colombia. The atmosphere has been electric. So just glance through the lineup. And explain what's going to happen next. During the Madison, you have a little bit of time to settle down and enjoy what's going on. It's a long way, it's 200 kilometers, 10 sprints along the way, a sprint every 20 laps. So whatever your drink of choice is, whether it be tea or coffee or something stronger, then just settle down and enjoy this one. It will build over time. The Madison, which of course is named after Madison Square Garden, sometimes called the American, comprises teams of two who race on the track. You'll see the riders racing around the bottom of the track and their partners resting around the top. The tactics come into play just before each sprint, where riders will look to sling their partner into the action using the hand slings to make sure that they get the maximum number of points. If you take a lap, you get additional points as well. Winners of this World Madison title include 2 Australian wins for Cameron Meyer and Lee Howard, 1 British one in a rider who went on after his Madison World title to become probably currently the most famous sprinter in the world. Mark Cavendish won his world title in Los Angeles just before he embarked on a career that has seen 25 stage wins in the Tour de France and a world road race title, amongst other things. He was partnered by Rob Hales of Great Britain. And Denmark have won this title as well with Morkov and Rasmussen. So, which nation's going to take it? 15 countries represented, and we're underway. Keep your wits about you. I'll try and keep a good track on the sprints and what's going on. And where the front of the race is the most important thing. It can be a little bit intricate, because if you make a mistake in a hand sling, then you can bring the whole peloton down. But let's hope that doesn't happen. And we'll pick out the teams, we'll tell you what they've done. 200 laps of racing to go. The final race in the World Track Championships here in Cali. Whoops. That was a little bit messy by the Italians. They obviously decided to change quite quickly. Right, an immediate attack. And the attack is now coming from Australia. They've decided to put the mix on straight away. And it is the team of Alexander Edmondson and Glenn O'Shea. Perfectly executed turn there as they go powering their way around the track. Edmondson and O'Shea. Looking good as they power around. And they're going to try and take a lap very, very early. Can they do it? Alexander Edmondson, the individual pursuit world champion. So they look for their partners now. And the camera's disappeared, so here we go. And it's Glenn O'Shea now in the action for Australia. It looks like he may well be able to take a lap very, very quickly. Glenn O'Shea, team pursuit world champion in 2014. He said yesterday he had very good legs. He was disappointed in not being able to bring home any more titles, but he looks strong here, doesn't he? Well, it's not taken them long. Within the first 5 laps, Australia are going to take a lap on the rest of the field. French at the front of the string. Keep us, there we are, on the front of that action as the Australians now make their way up, and they will join in with the rest of the field. With 7 laps covered, Australia have set the stall out for everyone else, and they now take a lap on the rest of the field. They're just about to do it. 193 laps to go. They want to get up there quickly and go straight to the front for the points. first points will come up with 20 laps covered, and Australia now are in the peloton, they're in the bunch, and they are now at a lap ahead. So just remember that it's all about laps and it's all about points. So Australia lead 1 lap ahead. If everyone ended up with the same laps, the points taken in the sprints would be taken into account. But if you are 1 lap ahead of the entire field, then you are the winner. So now it's all down to the other nations, the other 14 nations in this field, who must make sure they take a lap. Otherwise, Australia will be the winners of this Madison. You get the idea. The front of the group is Great Britain. Well, Australia have done well here, taking this initial lap before the race really got motoring. And it is there, Alexander Edmondson, the brother of Annette Edmondson, we've just seen take the bronze medal in the Omnium. Can he take another gold? He's already won gold in the individual pursuit, his first world title. At the front of the race now, it's like the Italians are getting involved in the action. There's the front of the race, with Spain now leading. Spain's team with a silver medalist in 2013, David Muntaner and Albert Torres. And keep an eye on the front of the string. It's Austria in the red and white with the black, who are leading the peloton around. Andreas Graf and Andreas Müller. Müller was a silver medalist in a scratch race in 2013. You remember that tussle with him and Martin Irvine of Ireland, if you're a fan of cycling. And with 4 laps from the first sprint in the Madison, Australia, remember, 1 lap ahead as the Italians are led by Elia Viviani. Viviani, the Canadair professional. Australia now on the front of the group with Tom Scully, who was a medalist in that magnificent points race the other night, as the Belgian team go to the front. 182 laps to go. It's going quickly. We're almost at the first sprint. It's coming up shortly. Watch the front of the race. Marco Colodan is the pairing of Italy. Here we go. Not too sure of their changes in here, I know. By the looks of things, it's looking a little bit dodgy to me. But there we go. It's the man from the Czech Republic who are going to take the first sprint of the night, which they do. Crossing the line there to take the first sprint. And it is riders from the Czech Republic take 5, Belgium take 3, Italy take 2, and notably Australia also take 1 point. There's the result on the screen. Czech Republic are the riders who took that first sprint of the night. That team is very useful. Martin Blaha and Wojtek Hakeki. Blaha was a silver medalist in the World Championships in 2011 and a bronze medalist in 2009. So they put themselves up there on the leaderboard, but Australia are still the leaders. Czech Republic in 2nd, Belgium in 3rd, Italy in 4th. They're the teams who have scored so far. Scully there. They call him the Scud. On the front of the group then, the Austrian team, with Australia staying very vigilant. Will this be the 3rd Madison title that Australia take? Switzerland just swapping over, so with the German team. The German team of Henning Bommel and Theo Reinhardt, who are the bronze medalists from last year. Good pairing in there for Germany. The Belgian squad with Jasper de Bust, who was disqualified in the Omnium, you may remember, and Kenny Di Catali, the world champion in 2012 with Gies van Hippe. It's calmed down a little bit now after that initial skirmish. Shane Archibald with the lovely mullet hairstyle going on the attack for New Zealand. Switzerland now leading the peloton, followed by the side of Elia Viviani, a stage winner in the Tour of Beijing and Tour of Turkey and Tour of Britain. But the Australian team are quite happy just to ride on the front. They lead this race with 171 laps of racing to go. The next sprint coming up at 160 laps, as now Tom Scully goes to the front again, looking for the medal for New Zealand. Shea and Edmondson swapping over nicely, seem to have got things pretty dialed right now. Annette Edmondson will be still here, I'm sure, in the velodrome cheering on her brother. And it's Viviani for Italy. His teammate Colodan is just not too comfortable with these hamstring changes. Comes in, he looks so careful doing it. French squad now, hitting the front. Thomas Boudat is the rider we saw yesterday take the Omnium World title, and he's paired here with Vivian Brisa, the gold medalist last year, with Morgan Kiniski. Kiniski now riding for TI Rally, the British-based professional team, who I must admit have moved back to the old retro TI Rally colours of years and years ago, and now everyone's going to want that kit. On Twitter why there's no women's Madison. I'm not sure actually. There's never been, I've never seen a women's Madison. Maybe that's something that will happen in the future. I can imagine the likes of Laura Trott and Danny King liking racing in a Madison. 165 laps to go, and still the Australians are the leaders of this race. Wherever you are in the world, if you're ever in Europe during the 6-day season, which is during the winter, and you get the opportunity to go, in particular to the Ghent 6-day, which is thoroughly recommended, then this is the chase that they have every night, the Madison Chase, and the atmosphere is incredible. Small tracks, all riders on there, Hansling's into the action. Middle of the track is basically a bar, and you've never witnessed anything like it. 163 laps to go. Thanks for all your messages during these World Track Championships. We really appreciate it. It's been nice to talk to some of you on Twitter @Crossing and hear your views, hear your thoughts, receive your messages. I've had team managers sending me bits of information as well to me. I've had some other commentators sending me snippets of really useful information. And most importantly yesterday, we had photos of Penguin Lorraine. 160 laps to go as the Belgian team go for the sprints. Jasper de Vust and Kenny Di Casale. So 5 points on offer. 3, 2 and 1 for the first team across the line. There we go. And it is Belgium who took the points that time. Followed closely by Spain. New Zealand were also up there. And the final squad to score points were Hong Kong, China with 1. So there's the results of the sprint. Belgium take the 5, Spain take 3, New Zealand take 2, and Hong Kong, China take the 1 point. Just been told on Twitter that the Netherlands and the Aussies have national Madison champs in women. I've never seen them, I'd love to see that. Australia lead then, Belgium at 1 lap with 8 points, the Czech Republic in 3rd, Spain in 4th, Italy in 5th, New Zealand in 6th place. Thanks to Sarah Connolly for sending me that information. She supplies me little snippets of info which are little gems so often. 157 laps to go. Still, the Australians are the leaders of this Madison. They're still one lap ahead, remember. If Belgium, the Czech Republic, Spain, Italy, New Zealand and Hong Kong, China took a lap, then we would see a different scenario, because Australia have only scored 1 point so far. They're banking everything right now on making sure no other team take a lap without them being there. It's an interesting tactic. It's one that works well. There's the Colombian team. Colombia, of course, with Juan Arango and the winner of the points race the other night, Edwin Avila. Both riders from the Colombia professional team. They ride the likes of the Giro d'Italia, which I'm really proud to be the speaker of. And when we're there in Italy, we always introduce the Colombian squads. So we see the Australian team still at the front of the group here. The Russian team now hit the front. 152 laps of racing to go. Now the attack here from the Russians, and the Russian squad with Artur Urshov and Alexander Serov. We now have in the velodrome the Mexican wave going around the track to add to the atmosphere. That is Artur Urshov on the front for Russia. His teammate Serov will be thrown into the action. Wearing number 1 there with the red number is Glenn O'Shea, who does ride the 6-day circuit, of course. The Austrian team have not scored any points yet. They're 1 lap down. I think once this race continues, once we get inside the 100 laps, I think we're going to see some fireworks, because everyone will suddenly realise that they have to take a lap on the Australian team, who have pulled a fast one here. They went out on the first little bit of the race and they managed to take a lap after 7 laps of racing, and now everyone else is on the back foot. All the other teams have to just accumulate points and then hope they can take a lap on the rest of the field. The Belgian squad have 8 points, the Czech Republic have 5 points, Spain have 3, Italy have 2, New Zealand have 2, Hong Kong, China have 1, but so far it doesn't really matter. Russia just keeping the string of riders very, very long. The Spanish team stretching the pace. We're heading up towards the next sprint, which comes up at 140 laps of racing to go. Now lots of discussion on my Twitter going on about Women's Madison Championships, yet there is no British Women's Madison Champs. Maybe there will be in the future, now that we've started talking about it. 4 laps to the next sprint, everybody, so get ready. Australia with Shane Archibald and Tom Scully. Scully got a great amount of support. He rides in Great Britain for the Madison Genesis team. 2 laps to go for the next sprint. As into the action goes Martin Blaha for the Czech Republic. Now Australia look to take the points. The Belgian squad go round the top here to try and take the points. Jasper de Bust looking for 5 points that are on offer this time, and then maybe he'll try and extend it out and take a lap as well. Points to Belgium, Australia, New Zealand also scored some points there. And here is the slow motion. It's Belgium, take the 5. The 3 points coming up now goes to Australia, 2 to New Zealand, and the Russians side by side took 1 point. Shane Archibald is the New Zealander there, who rides for the ANPOS chain reaction team, guided by Sean Kelly. teammate of Ryan Mullen, who rode very well in the individual pursuit the other night. Belgium took 5 points that time. That means they're now on 13 points. The Czech Republic on 5, New Zealand on 4, Spain on 3, Italy on 2, Colombia and Hong Kong, China on 1. So right now, if Belgium could take a lap and leave the Aussies behind, then they would be the leaders. Australia have 4 points. Still to be decided on the medals, remember. There's confirmation of the standings out of the 3 sprints out of 10. Australia lead, Belgium in 2nd, Czech Republic in 3rd, New Zealand 4th, Spain in 5th place, Italy in 6th. Denis from Bendigo. I'm sure all his hometown will be hoping he heads home with a rainbow jersey. The Russian team go to the front. It was a great sneaky move, I tell you. That was a fantastic decision to go out early and try and take the lap. But here goes the counter-attack, and it is the riders who took the silver medal last year. David Muntenar and Albert Torres really stretching the pace now with 133 laps of racing to go. The Mexican team are in there, but the action's all happening with this team in the red and black with the flashes of yellow, being joined now by the German squad who race across there. The German team, very strong. The bronze medalist last year, Henning Bommel and Theo Reinhardt. The Australians now need to look vigilant because it is Spain and Germany who are now doing some damage. The Belgian squad also need to be a bit worried, because if these 2 teams took a lap, then it would certainly mean that they'll be up there with the Australians. This is getting close now. They go powering down the back straight into what is a little bit of a stiff headwind. Now the Australian squad looking to kick on a little bit and shut the gap. The German and Spanish team, there they are in the camera shot. 129 laps to go. Spain so far are sitting in 5th place with 3 points. They could do with taking a lap here. One team just behind them, and that is the Russian squad. It's flat out effort now with 128 laps to go. On the front, Spain being joined now by the Russian team, this little trio of riders trying now to get across, to take the lap on Australia, to change the standings, to shuffle the table around. The French team just out of the mix a little bit right now as a big Madison sling goes in. This Russian squad are very good. Alexander Serov, a winner of the stage of the Tour of Portugal and Tour of Britain stage winner as well. Well, the pace is furious, but it looks like the peloton are all starting to close things up. The Colombian team with Avila and his teammate Arango being urged on. Now a group of 5 or 6 teams are all coming together as the New Zealand squad of Scully and Archibald now show themselves at the front. Here we go, the Russian team. 124 laps to go. 4 laps from the next sprint. The peloton is all back together. The peloton being the big bunch of riders. 15 teams represented in it. That was a big chase. Archibald with the flowing locks out of the back of the helmet there. He was pretty upset the other day actually when I saw him on day 1 of competition, because he's got some competition in the mullet stakes. One of the South African riders sporting a very good mullet as well. To go then to the next sprint. And it's the Spanish team who are stretching things out a little bit with the Swiss squad of Stefan Kuhn and Thierry Scheer in 2nd place as we head for the 5 points. Almost touched the wheel there, but Spain take the maximum points. 5 points goes to them. Switzerland in 2nd, so an accumulation of some more points. And behind them was Austria, followed by New Zealand, who are actually clocking some points up quite nicely now. Another point to them. So after 4 sprints, this was the result of the last one: Spain, Switzerland, Austria and New Zealand. And we now have Australia still leading, Belgium in second, Spain in third, Czech Republic in fourth, equal on points with New Zealand. Looking at this, there's your table. Hope you're keeping up wherever you are watching right now. The action's fast and furious. This is the final gold medal of this year's World Championships here in Cali. And it's Shane Archibald of New Zealand who goes on the attack. Great facilities now being about to be opened in Cambridge in New Zealand for these track riders who have ridden so well over the last few days. There's the Mexican squad in the green. And I'm just being corrected by Hannah Barnes. She's always correcting me. That Britain do have a women's Madison Championships. I don't remember ever seeing it. I need to go and find out about it. It must be brand new. It was won by Laura Trott and Danny King in 2013. Well, we don't see one in the World Championships yet. Maybe we should have one. Hannah Barnes, a member of the United Healthcare team for women. The most talented young sprinters on the world circuit now. Watch out for her. She will win a lot of bike races. 113 laps to go. I stand corrected yet again by Hannah Barnes. She's done that a few times. So on the front of the peloton, 113 laps to go. Hannah, a member of that team, also got Sharon Laws in that squad from Great Britain. And over the weekend we've seen the opening, of course, of the Spring Classic season. Yesterday we saw Amy Peters with the women's Omloop Nieuwsblad and Ian Stannard of Team Sky take the victory in the men's race. Things have calmed down in this Madison now. Everyone looking round at each other. We've been saying at the end of these endurance events that the riders look pretty nailed. It's a funny atmosphere, even although this velodrome is outside, because you normally have the sterile environment of a velodrome, which is controlled in temperature. But here you've had crosswinds at times on this track. The temperature fluctuates all the time. The humidity goes up and down. It's very, very different, and there's a few riders who've taken a big crash just out the side of the cameras. I just saw it in the corner of the picture, and the Swiss team have hit the deck, and I also think the New Zealand squad might have hit the deck as well. So that means that Tom Scully will have to ride on his own here. That was a painful crash. Here's the replay. They were coming in to change. The British team hit the deck first, and they brought down the New Zealand team and the Swiss team. And also another squad hit the deck over on the far side as well. That was the German team. There are riders sliding all over the track. The Australians were safe. You saw a little caption coming up saying that Australia had lost a lap. I don't think that's correct. Everyone's talking to each other now. 105 laps to go. The mechanics are really, really busy. And the Belgian squad are on the front. They're safe. Bit by bit, every rider is coming back into the action. Great Britain hit the deck with a massive thud. Owen Doull and Johnny Dibben. 104 laps to go. And it's Marco Polo down at the front for Italy. 103 laps to go. The Belgians in second. We're heading towards the next sprint. I think it was Owen Doull who hit the deck for Great Britain. I'm not entirely sure. He's out of sight on the other side of the track. As he went sliding, Viviani goes into change with Colombia. Colombia slings Viviani into the action, and now the big sprint goes in as the Belgian squad go for the points. And Italy take maximum points there, 5 points to them. Italy there, followed by Belgium. The Czech Republic took the 3rd place. And it was Hong Kong, China, who were in 4th. So there's the result of the sprint. Italy took 5 points, Belgium took 3. I think you'll all agree is pretty much wrong. Belgium are not the leaders of this race because unless I'm mistaken, all of us are looking at each other in the commentary box, we don't remember Australia losing a lap. 97 laps to go. Well, I'm looking at the commentary team from the British channel, of course, alongside me. Chris Boardman's looking at me and he's shaking his head. 96 laps to go. Belgium have 16 points, Spain have 8, Czech Republic have 7, Italy have 7, New Zealand have 5, and as far as we still know, Australia have not lost a lap. Maybe a timing chip flicked off or something like that. That could be the case. 92 laps to go. And the situation is like this. Belgium have 16 points. Spain have 8. The Czech Republic have 7, tied on points with Italy. New Zealand have 5. And Australia are 1 lap ahead. Australia currently have 4 points to their credit, so they are just making sure here that they don't let any other squad take a lap. So on the front of the peloton now are Italy swinging up the track. Scully's partner Shane Archibald is back up on the track, I think, now, and up and running after his crash. Yes, he is. He's in this group. Germany at the front. We're heading towards the next sprint. I love it when we get a bit of a Twitter conversation going on about a subject. It's good to not get the right answer sometimes, isn't it? It gets everybody involved. Thank you very much for everyone getting involved in the discussion on women's Madison racing. I'd like to see the likes of Laura Trott and Danny King racing against Marianne Vos and other people like that. That would be absolutely stunning to see. Well, Stefan Kung has got hardly any shorts left after his crash for Switzerland. He'll have a few splinters as well off this track. There's been quite a number of riders who have got splinters and battle scars after the crashes we've seen. 85 laps to go. Belgium with 16 points in second place. Australia 1 lap ahead. So the attack goes on at the front. I'm told Annette Edmondson and Jessica Mundy are the women's Madison champions. Laps to go, and the Spanish team are on the front as they go for the points. The Belgian squad looking to try and get a few more points and then try and take a lap if they possibly can. So Spain take that sprint, Belgium take second place there, Germany take 2 and Switzerland take 1. So the point standings will be, with those sprints got through, Belgium with 19, Spain with 13, Czech Republic and Italy on 7 each after sprint number 6. And any moment now you'll probably get a caption that's going to come up which will be incorrect, which will say perhaps that Australia are not the leaders of this Madison, which we still believe to be the case. Sorry about the little bit of silence there, but we're being told in our ears by the judges that Australia lost a lap with 108 laps to go. And all of us as commentators sitting on the commentators' tribune did not see Australia lose a lap. Sometimes I'm on my own the whole time, maybe you can make a mistake, and you're always human, you can make a mistake. But alongside me with Chris Boardman and Simon Brunson and other channels, we don't believe they did, but the judges are saying they did. So 71 laps to go. Well, in terms of what information we get up here, we always have to go to the judges in the centre of the track, and the judges have said with 108 laps to go, Australia lost their 1 lap's lead. So we're going to have to go. I'm not entirely sure that's the case, but I'll probably get in lots of trouble with the connoisseurs. But alongside me is a rider, of course, who was a professional rider who set the world hour record, who's ridden track racing at World Championship level. He's looking at me like I don't remember that either. Neither Simon and also the Colombian commentators, but we'll have to go with this for now and we'll see what happens at the end. There's the Australian team, 68 laps to go, which means that the situation would be Belgium with 19 points, Spain with 13, the Czech Republic with 7, Italy with 7, New Zealand with 5, Australia tied on 6th place with 4 points. Now the attack of the French squad as they try to break away. It is Thomas Boudin and Vivian Brisset. Thomas Boudat wearing the black number, wearing number 7, the Omnium World Champion, joining up here with Elia Viviani, the Cannondale professional, as these two riders try and rip away to take the lap, and the rest of the field is absolutely furious out here. Very, very fast indeed. 65 laps to go. Viviani with Conatant. Their handslings are a bit unconventional, but it seems to work. So, racing across, there's one long line as they try to bring Viviani and the Frenchman here in blue back after that massive attack. And it has happened as the Spanish squad get there. So does Shane Archbold of the all-black colours of New Zealand. The Belgian team sitting in that group as well. Well, if any of you saw Australia lose a lap on the camera, let me know on my Twitter @AnimalCrossing. I'm not entirely sure they did, but the judges, they're the ones who call the rules. They're the ones in the centre of the track. They are saying they did. Right, let's concentrate on it as far as the points are concerned. 62 laps to go, 61 laps to go now. We're heading to the next sprint. This will be sprint number 7, with the Italians kicking on at the front, looking strong. The Belgians in the mix, New Zealand as well in the mix for the points. They take another 2 points that time. New Zealand will move on to 7 points. So there is Italy crossing the line, the Belgian team followed by the all-black colours of New Zealand and the French team in 4th place, which will put the point standings like this. Belgium leading with 22, Spain with 13, Italy with 12, the Czech Republic and New Zealand with 7 points. 59 laps to go. So here's the standings after 7 sprints. Belgium with 22 points, Spain with 13, Italy with 12, and the New Zealand and Czech Republic squads tied on 7 points in 4th place. The Spanish team on the front there. Tom Scully goes through. Scully setting the tempo. Min Vicargo, New Zealand. And on the front there, the Belgian squad. Viviani's such a good bike rider. He's looking for a medal here. He's been searching for a World Championship medal all week. He's medalled formally in, of course, other disciplines. And Great Britain, Hong Kong and Mexico now lose a lap. British team suffering after that crash. There is Johnny Dibben from Southampton in England. And now the Austrian team at the front test things out as we look around with 52 laps of racing to go. Belgium with 22 points, Spain with 13, Italy with 12, the Czech Republic with 7, tied equal 4th with New Zealand, who just need a little few more points to move themselves up into the bronze medal position. It's still pretty close with 50 laps to go. We have sprints every 20 laps. The next one coming up with 40 laps of racing to go. There's some tired bodies in here, taken part in other races. Some of these riders have already got medals all the way through. on the front are Austria. There's the Australian team sitting in the wheels. These next sprints are going to be very, very important. 3 sprints left. We've had 7. Italy took the last one with 5 points. On the front of the group is Spain. This Spanish squad, the silver medalist last year, very strong Madison riders. And the Austrian squad with Andreas Graf and Andreas Müller. Colombia goes to the front for Italy. Rides for Bardiani CSF. He's a stage winner in the Giro di Padania. And second on a stage of the Tour of Turkey previously. A very good time trialist. He's finished 6th in the National Time Trial Championships of Italy as well. Colombia there in the picture. They've seen great performances over the last 5 days of racing here in the Cali velodrome. 44 laps to go in this Madison. Owen Doull of Great Britain goes through the group. They had very high hopes for this Madison. It's not really been the week of the British men here in these World Track titles. The medals have come from the women with Jo Rousseau and Laura Trott and all the other members of that team. So we're heading up towards the next sprint. This will be sprint number 8, 42 laps to go. And who's going to take it? Belgium looking strong. Spain in 2nd place. They want to close the gap. It's an important sprint now for the likes of New Zealand. The All Blacks looking for some more points here, but it's going to be Belgium yet again who take the points. Germany 2nd, New Zealand do score. So sprint number 8 that time in this Madison World Championship. Belgium took the points, 5 points that time. Germany took 3, the Czech Republic took 2, New Zealand took 1 point. 39 laps of racing to go. Belgium at the top of the leaderboard on points, 27 points to Spain's 13. Italy with 12. Viviani and Colombia are the 2 riders from Italy, sitting 3rd on points right now. French riders going currently off the front. There's this point standings. Belgium with 27, Spain with 13, Italy with the 12 points there. So the World Madison Championships heading towards its conclusion with 36 laps to go. 2 sprints remain as France and New Zealand try to take a lap. Scully slings Archbold into the action. The rider with the mullet. He's a strong rider. He's very amusing, Shane Archbold. I've seen some videos with him with the Ampos team. He likes to enjoy his bike racing. So the French team of Boudat and Brisset. Brisset, a former champion, of course, last year with Morgan Kiniski, trying now to take a lap. Archbold coming in now to sling Tom Scully into the action. There they go. Well, their way of getting up there into the medals is to take a lap. They're going to have to work extremely hard. Belgium looking to try and capitalise on that attack as they close things up now. Spain also shut the gap. 32 laps to go. A very important moment now in this World Track Championship Madison. Spain looking to try and move up the standings. They are in 2nd place with 13 points. The Swiss rider goes to the front. He's absolutely furious. A tailwind now down the back straight, a headwind down the finishing straight. You have to be so vigilant on these moves and not let anyone go away. 30 laps is still plenty of time to take a lap on the opposition as Tournant and Torres go flat out to try and take the final lap of this competition. 29 laps to go. The Swiss team on the wheel there. Stefan Kung and Thierry Scheer. Oh, it's flat out racing, isn't it? 200 laps, 50 kilometers, and they're going to cover it very quick indeed. 47 minutes of racing just gone. Well, thank you to all of you. This is the final race of the championships. My Twitter feed has been very busy over the last 47 minutes of racing, thanks to the likes of Hannah Barnes and Hannah Walker, and everyone else has joined in on the conversation. Adam Crossing, thank you very much. 26 laps to go. And now the Spaniards really turning the heat up on everybody. Splinters in the groups all over the place. The Australian team looking around for their partner. 24 laps to go. And the Spanish team pressing on now with Stefan Kung and Thierry Scheer in second place on the track. Stefan Kung had that really heavy fall when everyone came down. The Belgian squad crossing to the leaders now. They are still there with 27 points at the top of the leaderboard. Spain with 13, Italy with 12, the Czech Republic with 9, New Zealand with 8. You really do need to make a move now, a very important sprint. New Zealand needs some points to make their way up the table. The Czech Republic are there in 4th place. They could be moving into the bronze medal position. It's Spain, Switzerland and the Czech Republic going for the penultimate sprint in the Madison. Crossing the line there, Belgium mop up with the 1 point. Spain followed by Switzerland, followed by the Czech Republic, and then Belgium will score 1 more point. They are top of the leaderboard on the standings. After 9 sprints, it is Belgium with 28, Spain with 18, Italy with 12, the Czech Republic with 11 points. Well, Australia have now lost a lap, so they've dropped back, and Belgium now at the top of the leaderboard. Spain are the leader. Spain are in second, Italy are in third, and Australia, judging by the scoreboard, have dropped a lap away. So they've lost another lap since the little discussion we had earlier. So it's now Belgium with 28, 18 points to Spain, Italy with 12. So we'll go with the points classification now that we know Australia have lost another lap somewhere in this race. Belgium at the top of the board. Are they going to take the world title? Jasper de Vries, Kennedy Katani. And there are the teams who have lost laps. 15 laps of racing to go. The decision now will come down to the final sprint for the bronze medal. It looks like Belgium are going to take the world title. Spain are going to take the silver with 18 points. And then it's between Italy, Czech Republic and New Zealand for the bronze. New Zealand have 8 points. If they won the final sprint and Italy didn't score, they would move into the bronze medal position. The Czech Republic are 1 point off Italy at the moment, so it's all very important on the final sprint here in Cali, the final sprint of what has been a great championship over the last few days. We've had little bits of controversy, we've had furious and fast racing, we've had a crowd who have built an incredible atmosphere, and we've seen supreme athletes racing for these gold medals, of which there are many that are so memorable. The standout performances for me include Avila winning the points race for Colombia on an electric night here in the velodrome. the performances of Francois Pervis of France and Christina Vogel of Germany. They will always want to come back to Cali. 10 laps to go. Thank you to all of you for watching over the last few days as we enjoy the last 10 laps of racing here on this Cali velodrome. And now the attack of Hong Kong, China with Chung King Lok and Lung Chung Wun. These two riders going on the move now. 9 laps to go. It's all going to come down to this final sprint for the bronze. The gold and silver are nailed. They are Belgium and Spain. So the teams of the Czech Republic, Italy and New Zealand have now got to get involved in the action. If none of those teams scored and Switzerland won the final sprint, they would be the bronze medals. It's a critical moment for all these teams. At the front of the race now are going to be the Spanish squad, the riders who last year took the silver medal. This time it looks like they could be, they'll be taking the silver medal again. They're taking the Swiss team with them. 5 laps to go to the final sprint of this year's World Championships. Spain lead, Switzerland in second, Russia in third, and Switzerland could be looking at a possible bronze medal here. With Italy, they'd be tied on points. Then it will go to countback, but the Czech Republic now move in. So the Czech Republic are there with 11 points. Italy with Viviani and Colombia have to get themselves up there. Colombia is trying to shut the gap. They've left it very, very late. This is a really important and critical moment of this race. 3 laps of racing to go in the Madison. Belgium will be the world championship. World champion. Spain will be in second place. 2 laps of racing to go. It's absolutely flat out. It is needed for Switzerland to get a maximum 5 points here. 1 lap of racing to go. Here we are. Austria now leads. They go round, and it is in the second place position. It's the Czech Republic, but coming round the outside come New Zealand. Shane Archibald trying to go for some points here. He wants the 5 points, heading towards the finish line. He does take it, I think, which would put him on 12, but the Czech Republic also scored points in the final sprint as well. So we'll get confirmation of that final sprint of the night. 10 sprints, 200 laps. Belgium are the world champions. Spain are in second place. It all comes down to the sprint for the final points for the bronze medal. The Belgian team of De Bust and De Keteli are the world champions. The final sprint goes to New Zealand with 5 points, but the Czech Republic took 3, which means that the Czech Republic will finish third with 14 points, and New Zealand finish in 4th place with 13 points. Italy, in that final sprint, not scoring, dropped down to 5th place. So, these are the medals then. In a second, there's confirmation of sprint number 10. New Zealand take 5, the Czech Republic take 3. Austria took 2, Switzerland took 1. But Belgium are the world champions at the end of 200 laps of flat-out racing. And the gold goes to them. Spain take the silver. The Czech Republic take the bronze. Don't go away, because of course we will bring you the final presentations for both the Madison and the men's sprint. All smiles from the Belgian team. The average speed of that Madison was 54.784 kilometers an hour. They covered 50k in 54 minutes. That makes your legs hurt and your eyes water. Italian diverse, the Madison World Champions. What a great contest they've had. Kelly Drutz, of course, taking a world title as well for Belgium. So we're waiting now for the official results of this Madison. We had all that confusion in the middle about the Australians losing a lap, but they subsequently lost laps as well. There is Kelly Drutz as well with the Belgian team. She's just seen them take a world title, probably motivated by her performance the other night. Belgium take the men's at Madison, Spain take second, the Czech Republic take third, New Zealand so close in fourth place, 1 point behind, Italy in fifth, Switzerland in sixth, and there's the rest of the standings. So we're going to hear from the winners of the men's Madison in just a moment. Don't go away, we have 2 victory ceremonies left to bring you. Belgian team. There is Kelly Drutz. I think that was a stressful moment for the Belgians in the middle of the track. So that concludes all the racing here in these World Championships. The Australians really went for it early on. Then we had that bit of confusion. Then they definitely lost a couple of laps later. So we're now going to hear from the World Madison Champions.
Francois, fantastic. You did it. 3 gold medals.
Yes, it's amazing. Before coming here, I say I want 3 gold medals, and I win 3 gold medals. Today, the sprint, I believe in me. I have big confidence for every sprint. I win the keiring in same spirit. And the kilo, it's my favorite event. So, I can't believe.
On vous a vu embrasser la piste après l'événement. Ça a plus de sens que les autres courses, les autres médailles, celle-ci.
Bah, le sprint, c'est comme la vitesse individuelle, c'est comme l'épreuve reine, hein, c'est ce qu'on dit. Donc gagner ça, c'est grand. Et puis embrasser la piste, c'était quelque part aussi pour remercier la piste qui m'a fait être 3 fois championne du monde. Et puis pour faire plaisir au public, parce que le public a vraiment été derrière moi. Je l'ai vraiment senti me pousser et ça m'a beaucoup aidé pour mes finales.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, of course, he is the World Sprint Champion, not the duo of the World Madison Champions. There is Francois Pervis. Because of the Madison just finishing, the order switched around for the victory ceremonies, and this man is about to be awarded with his gold medal, his 3rd one of these championships. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the racing over the last few days as much as I've done. It's been a lot of fun. But we're getting ready now for the men's sprint. victory ceremony. So the 18th medal of 19 to be presented now. He's always getting ready last minute.
Ceremonia de premiación, prueba de velocidad pura en el Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo Pista, UCI.
The medals and UCI World Champions jersey will be presented by a member of the Management Committee of the International Cycling Union, José Manuel Peláez.
Las medallas y camisetas del Campeonato Mundial UCI serán presentadas por el miembro del Comité de la Unión Ciclista Internacional, José Manuel Peláez.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Russia,
el ganador de la medalla de bronce representa a Rusia,
Denis Dmitriev.
Denis Dmitriev takes the bronze medal for Russia. He was a silver medalist last year.
Winner of the silver medal representing Germany,
el ganador de la medalla de plata representa a Alemania,
Stefan Boetticher.
The silver medalist this time was the champion last year. Stefan Boetticher takes the silver medal on the podium.
The UCI Track Cycling World Championships men's sprint gold medalist and winner of the UCI World Champions jersey representing France,
el ganador de la medalla de oro en la prueba de velocidad hombres del Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo de Pista UCI y ganador de la camiseta de campeón UCI representa a Francia,
Francois Pervis.
Francois Pervis is the world champion of the men's sprint. Well, he's the world champion of the sprinters events in the World Championships now. Francois Pervis takes the hat-trick.
The flowers will be presented by manager of the Colombian Cycling Federation, Jorge González Longas.
Las flores son presentadas por el gerente de la Federación Colombiana de Ciclismo, Jorge Ovidio González.
The flowers now being presented, and then we await the national anthem of France.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
Damas y caballeros, el himno a Francia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge
Francois Pervis. What a championships he has had. one more victory ceremony left to bring you, and that will be the ceremony for the Madison that we have just seen. Francois Pervis just posing for his photographs.
Just a few moments, we will have our final award ceremony of this 2014 World Track Cycling Championship. It will be for the men's Madison 50-kilometer race.
Damas y caballeros, en instantes tendremos la ceremonia de premiación.
So as we look across the track centre, and Francois Pervis continues being photographed there on the podium. We're going to be moving on now to the men's Madison victory ceremony. For all the Belgian fans who are watching, this is your moment. 2 world titles in these World Track Championships, and it was Jasper de Bust and Kenny Dicatela who took the World Madison title with a blistering performance. They accumulated more points than any of the other teams. Initially it was Australia were leading, they then lost laps, which left the Belgian team in the lead to win by 10 points from the Spanish squad. The Spanish team of David Mintonet and Albert Torres, they took the silver medal. So we've now managed to find them in the midst of that track centre. Let's hear from the new world champions now.
Feeling now?
Yeah, for me it's awesome to win. It was a hell of a nightmare to get out of the Omnium to get disqualified, and I really wanted to make it right. I think it's same for Kenny because he crashed hard in points race and he didn't get any results, and he hoped there for a world title as well. So it's really a big win for us, and we are so happy to be here.
Was it expected for you?
Wow, we've been racing whole winter on a high level. We medaled everywhere. Jasper won overall in Omnium in the World Cup. Together we won the overall Madison. So I don't think this is a title we don't deserve. We were top favorites, and it's awesome to win then.
So have a gold medal for Belgium. I mean, this is something fantastic for you.
Yeah, we have now 2 world titles. We have one with the women's scratch with Cali, so it's amazing to get 2 world titles here, and it's really beautiful to end this competition.
Thank you very much.
Jasper de Bust and Kenny Dicatela, the winners of the Madison, 2 world titles for Belgium. Kelly Drutz, they've been racing the World Cups, they've been racing to get their form absolutely right for tonight, and they look very strong indeed. Dicatela, of course, has been a world champion before with Kees van Hooker. So we wait now for the victory ceremony. It's very busy down in that track centre with all the photographers and everyone around about the podium. And the crowd in here really enjoyed the last race, so there's still an awful lot of them waiting here to cheer on the Belgians when they get onto the podium. Going through the scoreboard as usual, making sure that everything is correct in the centre of the track, which they always imagine you're down there in a heated battle. You've got to concentrate on everything that's going on, make sure that the rules are adhered to, make sure everything works. Lots of emotion down there in the Spanish camp. They've taken the silver medal. Well, we're looking here now. This is incredible. The judges now are going through the tallies of the laps. They're double checking everything. Now, you know that earlier on we were talking about the laps, and there is some discussion going on here that the Belgians may have lost a lap at some time during the race. I didn't see that either. But anyway, the Spaniards thought and have gone to the judges. They think that the Belgians lost a lap, and the Spaniards believe that they are the world champions. So now the discussion is going on. We've done the interview with the Belgians as the world champions, and now the Spaniards believe that they are the world champions. So the coaches here of Belgium are talking to the chief commissar in the track. The chief commissar is the gentleman there in the blue blazer with the grey hair there, who is talking to the Belgian coaches, and as you can see, the looks on the faces are not looking, well, they can't believe it. So there's going to be a little bit of time here, because the judges now are going to have to work things through, having all the time on the scoring system said there was 28 points to Belgium, Spain with 18. Now the Spaniards believe that they're the world champions. They have gone to the judges believing that Belgium lost a lap. And now everything has to be worked through, and we have to be absolutely sure on the results. Well, as you can see, the Spaniards are sitting in the gold medal seats. Our results in front of us haven't changed, so we see nothing more than what is going on with you right now in the centre of the track, and I'm waiting for confirmation in my ears. The Belgians can't believe it. But I don't know how the Belgians here can even be the silver medalists, because if they lost a lap, it would mean the Czech Republic and New Zealand would be the medalists. So how is this even possible? It would mean New Zealand would move up in the table, they would be the bronze medalists. So right now there is complete confusion in the centre of this track. The last race of the night is being worked out by the judges right now, but how can, if Belgium lost a lap, how can they even be sitting there as a medalist? That's the conversation I would be having right now. So just to update you, the judges now are going in to have a conversation to work out what happened. They're going to replay the videos, and they're going to work out the situation of this Madison, because the Spanish team believe that they are the world champions. If it's the case, though, the point standings look like this. Belgium have 28, Spain have 18, the Czech Republic have 14, New Zealand have 13. If what I'm being told in my ear as the discussion that's going on, it would mean Belgium would drop a lap, which means they would be down in less than 8th place, and then New Zealand would move into the bronze. But I don't want to speculate anymore. There's an awful lot of discussion that has to go on in the centre of the track right now to decide which country is going to be given this medal, and they have to make sure it's perfect. They have to make sure it's right. Remember, we had that massive crash in the middle of this race, which means that some riders will have either changed bikes or they may have broken their timing chip. So that's also a problem that is not down to the judges. Now you can see they are going into the track centre. They're going to replay some of the videos. They're going to look at the points of where Spain think Belgium lost a lap. The judges will not make a decision until they're ready. This is a World Championship and it has to be done absolutely right. But if it was the case they lost a lap, they would drop down to less than 8th. By my reckoning, by the rules of racing, because Russia, France, Colombia are all on -1 lap. All the other teams, Spain, Czech Republic, New Zealand, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, were said to be on the scoring system on the same lap. So some discussion going on here in the track centre as we get ready to try and find out which team is going to be given the gold medals. So we'll reflect here on what has happened over the last few days whilst we wait for this discussion to continue. There's the men who have got a very stressful job right now. They have got to work back and find out where was it that Belgium lost a lap. The coaches here are going to go talk to the rest of the squad. The two Belgian riders would surely know where they lost a lap, I think. De Catali and De Bust. So as we reflect on a fantastic 5 days of racing, 18 medals so far being presented. The men's Omnium won by Thomas Boudard of France. The women's sprint by Christina Vogel. Australia won the points race for women with Amy Cure. The men's points race went to Edwin Avia of Colombia with the most fantastic racing of the night. The individual pursuit for women went to Joanna Rousseau of Great Britain. The men's kilometre time trial, Francois Pervis of France. It was Great Britain who won the women's team pursuit. Pervis followed up his win in the kilometre with a win in the Keirin. Australia's young rider Alexander Edmondson won the individual pursuit for men. Kovalev of Russia took the scratch race for men. Miriam Velter, she took her gold medal tally, started on the 500-metre time trial. The team sprint for men was won by New Zealand with that flourishing performance. The women's team sprint taken by Germany with Vogel and Welter. The Australians took the men's team pursuit. Kelly Drutz of Belgium took the women's scratch race. Today we've seen Sarah Hammer win the women's Omnium. We've seen the presentation of Francois Pervis take the men's sprint, and now we're just waiting for the final presentation of the World Championships. And after 5 days of great racing, this has been the longest deliberation that we have seen. And I don't wish this on anyone right now. This guy has got a really difficult decision to make. He has got to rely on his team of commissaires who go across the world to the World Cups, the World Championships, who keep the tally on everything all the way through the racing. And it can be a technical issue where a timing chip breaks off a bike in a crash or something like that, where they are left like this, and it purely comes down to keeping tally, what went on. Meanwhile, I think there's no doubt that the Czech Republic have a medal, but the question is, do Belgium have anything? Does Spain have the gold, and do New Zealand, who are probably leaving the velodrome by now, have the bronze? That's the big question. Stay with me if you like, because it's going to be an interesting next few minutes as we find out who has taken the gold in the Madison. Still the discussions go on in the centre of the track. This Belgian coach and the judges panel haven't been the best of mates this week, after De Bust was disqualified in the Omnium competition the other night. So we're just waiting. What's going to happen? I'm not going to sing a song, has been suggested on Twitter. Of course, if this decision goes the wrong way, and then it's found to be incorrect, it will be challenged, and therefore it has to be the right one. Whether it takes them another hour, it doesn't matter, does it? It's 7:20 here in the track in Cali, and the Belgians are now waiting. They're absolutely distraught in the centre of the track. They would know themselves if they lost a lap. So if they believe they didn't lose a lap at all, what happens now? You just don't know what to say to these two riders, do you? Well, of course, the manager of the Belgian team will carry on arguing. They'll carry on chatting, and oh, Jasper De Bust, what a World Championships he has had. He was disqualified in the Omnium, and now he is absolutely distraught in the centre of the track. He is crying his eyes out. He just can't believe it. And the medals are getting ready for the presentation. And I think, judging by this, well, I'm now looking at my scoring system in front of me, and I can't believe what I'm seeing either, because we're now saying that New Zealand lost a lap as well at some point in this race, which means that Switzerland would be given the bronze medal. My timing system in front of me has been updated to Spain, the Czech Republic, and now Switzerland in the bronze medal position. So now it is the switch of chairs. Spain in the gold medal position, the Czech Republic in silver, and Switzerland in the bronze. And two men who were interviewed as the winners of the world title are absolutely crushed in the centre of the track. Kelly Drutz there, who watched the race as well, is trying to console Jasper de Burst, who is pretty broken right now. And my scoring system now says Spain, Czech Republic and Switzerland as the medals. Well, normally when you're in a commentary tribune with a number of commentators, there's a lot of expertise and a lot of guys here who watch an awful lot of bike racing, and just been
ladies and gentlemen,
some of the guys coming back, trying to find out what's happening, and here we go, we're going on with the medal ceremony. Somewhere there was a lap taken by Spain, the Czech Republic, Switzerland and Austria.
The medals and UCI
I don't remember seeing it, but, you know, these things happen in bike racing, and all of us are looking at each other right now. The Spanish finished and believed they were the world champions. They believed they'd taken the world title. And now we're going to see the final medal presentation being done. And the bronze medals are being presented here to the Swiss team. The Switzerland team now being presented as the bronze medalists in the men's Madison. Confusion has reigned over the last half an hour here in this magnificent velodrome, ending a stunning week of racing, and the Swiss are the bronze medalists.
Los ganadores de la medalla de plata representan a República Checa.
Martin Blaha and Wojtek Lejewski.
Czech Republic take the silver medals. Martin Blaha and Wojtek Lejewski are the silver medalists in this World Madison Championship.
Los ganadores de la medalla de oro en la prueba Madison, hombres del Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo de Pista UCI, representan a España, David Montaner y Albert Torres.
Last year's silver medalists crowned the world champions of the Madison. David Muntaner and Albert Torres of Spain. Well, I think this will be a Madison that many of us will go back and re-watch. The world champions from Spain, Muntaner and Torres, here in Cali.
Private Secretary of the Mayor of Santiago de Cali.
Las flores serán presentadas por el secretario privado de la Alcaldía de Santiago de Cali, Juan Esteban Ángel.
The flowers then being presented to the three teams on the podium. Torres and Muntaner a bit emotional on the podium. And now we wait for the national anthem of Spain.
The national anthem of Spain.
Damas y caballeros, el himno de España.
Spanish team crowned the world champions of the men's Madison to end 19 medal presentations. There's the podium. Spain, the Czech Republic and Switzerland. Something a little bit different to the outcome that we've ended up with about half an hour later. All smiles for the Spaniards and crushing disappointment for the Belgians. Seen some magnificent racing, and this is how the medal standings look at the end of the 19 events. Germany top of the leaderboard with the performances, of course, of Vogel and Belter and the rest of the team. They take 8 medals. France in second, Australia in third, Great Britain in fourth, New Zealand there in fifth. The Colombians equal sixth with the United States. Here's the rest of the rundown of the nations who won medals in the 2014 World Track Championships. So a real mix of medals across the different nations. But Germany were really the sparkling squad of this year's titles. face of disbelief on the face of the Belgians. Well, thank you very much for joining me for the last few days here in Cali. They've hosted a great World Championships. And from me, Anthony McCrossan, it's been my pleasure talking to you as we look here at the highlights of Sarah Hammer taking the Omnium competition. World champion yet again. Christina Vogel raised the roof, got the crowd going as she took her third gold medal of this year's events. Francois Pervis of France made it a hat-trick as he clinched his final title of the 2014 Worlds. And finally, the men's Madison, confusion reigned and the Spaniards are crowned the world champions. Well, thank you very much for joining me. It's been my pleasure talking to you for the last few days. And bye for now.